doesn't record itself. It doesn't record all of its controls. So sometimes you want to get something that will run on top of Zoom for recordings to see it. And that's what we'll have for next time. Okay? So any general questions that is pertinent to the class. I will stay after, as I always do, to answer personal questions. I will stop the recordings and answer any of your personal questions. But the first thing I want to make sure is that everybody is up and running, that everybody shows, one of the requirements then, right, is everybody shows their camera, that they're in the center of their screen. We're recording, you know. If you don't want to be recorded, what's the purpose that many of you want to do it is you can go back and review the recordings, basically on Blackboard. Okay, so Jan, Kevin, and Christian, I don't have to say it, but you need to show your camera work. I don't need to be doing that. All right, and Sebastian, how's it going?
It's going good, Professor. How are you?
Okay, you were busy too. You were probably even more busy than me. This, especially on Tuesday. Can I say that? Tuesday and Wednesday. Is that right?
That's right.
That's right. So you know that Sebastian Hernandez, let me have you moderate the chat along with, in this case, Andrea, do you mind? And in this case, any other volunteer? Lily, you want to moderate the chat with Andrea? You mind?
Sure.
Sure, in the case that you've done it, and you can see what are the issues. Okay, so I'm going to give a short intro, and then I'm going to go into a lot of material today, but I want to make sure that everybody understands how this class is formatted. You had an assignment, right? We know that every week we do readings with Wiley. We do the adaptive assignments with Wiley. What else do? We do quizzes, right? That is done through the regular section of our class. And in this case, Lily, what, in the regular section of our class, what is your role? Lily?
You're the student.
Student. We have everybody that's a student. We have Sebastian, who is my teaching assistant. And then I have myself. They put it as the role of instructor. That's the highest in the hierarchy, and that is where you get all of your assignments. Everybody clear about that? But we set up another section called the audit section, and in that case, you're on a roll, Lily. What is your role?
You're like the instructor, or everyone's the
Well,
instructor.
you're not the instructor. You're what we call the teaching assistant. If we go to and you look at the users there, you will see that everyone in this class has been promoted to teaching assistants. I am still the instructor. Sebastian is still the teaching assistant. The only difference between teaching assistant and instructor is that all of you can delete everyone in the class, but you cannot delete me. You got it? So that's the only difference. The uploads, everything is the same, Lily. So the only thing is, you know, I'm a full professor that I volunteered to be in this class, right? So I'm doing my commitments. You folks, you know, you have a choice. You can drop the class, and some of you, if you're way behind and this is not the class you want to take, it is an opportunity to drop now, because if you think it is too much work, Lily, this is just a start. Right? This is just the start in order for you to document all your issues, right? Because it's the idea. Later on, we'll try software that none of us have used before, right? And all of a sudden you have issues, and what do you want to do is you want to document. It is not, everybody hear that? It is not acceptable just to say, I worked hard, I tried, and I couldn't do it. That is not acceptable. That is the same thing as even saying, you know what? I'm not going to even do it. What is acceptable here is to do it correctly, or if you're having issues beyond the scope of your controls, is what do you want to do, Lily? You want to document it, right? That's the whole idea. Do you start knowing how to document it? Yes. And then you want to upload it. And what else is that you want to reach out and try to find a solution. If anybody says that technology is easy, no problem, I know one of two things. Either they're lying to me or they haven't had experience, because we are always going to face issues. And the question is how are we going to identify what the problem is and then seek a solution? We may not have the solution right away, but we have documented what is the problem, and we have documented how we decided to get a solution. Everybody with me? That's how this class goes. If you don't like it, that is fine. Other, classes want to. My thing also, even when I do my regular classes, what do I have you do then, Andrea? When I ask a question and everyone doesn't know the answer, other classes may say, you cannot use your phone, you cannot use the internet, you cannot use AI. What do I say, Andrea?
The opposite, search it up, find the answer.
Right. And then what we're doing in class is helping understand it. What is the relevance? Just to have it that, API stands for Application Program Interface is nice for some reasons, but we want to know why are we using it. For instance, in Zoom, they have an application programming interface to what? To YouTube. So what does that mean? Why is that good? When you're in Zoom, Andrea, what can you do? You can live stream to YouTube without going out of Zoom, without having to physically post that, right? So these are kind of things that we're asking these questions of who cares. And who cares, especially, and we're in a business class, how is this going to make businesses grow? Right, Lily? How is this, if you're in investment banking, how are you going to get closer to your customer, to your clients? How are you going to get closer to your colleagues to find a solution? And we can think about it in any way we go. So everybody clear for me? And that is the area. So that's number one. Number two, if you're having issues, what I suggest is the first, after you've gone ahead, right, Andrea, and tried to find a solution in other ways, is then reach out to your group. Your group may have found issues, and when they find it, you want them to help you, just like Andrea, you want to help somebody, and when you get stuck, you can rely on your group to do it. Plus, in the audit area, what do? We have everyone's information that we can find out, hey, is there someone out there that can help us? We can check and see, for instance, we can do it in this case, like Thomas had really successfully done his assignment, is reach out and say, hey, Thomas, I'm not sure where I'm supposed to post this, or whatever issue you have. So you're free to do that, and what we expect is not take advantage of other people, but basically when they help you, I help them. So that is the key for what we're doing. And then the next step is I have teaching assistants. I have first of all, I have teaching assistant training. I have Andrea, who has basically volunteered to basically get the assignments earlier, see if there's issues. If any of you are interested, that you really like this or want to learn more about it, reach out to us and we'll have others. We've reached out to a few students. We'll see here if they've accepted that position. It's not a lot, but it's in a way in which they can be up to date on their assignments. And from those teaching assistants in training, I usually, for the next semester, if it works out, they can have paid jobs with me of being teaching assistants. That's what happened with Sebastian. So when Sebastian is promoted to teaching assistant, he can be an area which many of you reached out to him. And then one of the things that I want to make sure that everybody understands is when they reach out to him, that they don't take advantage. He is not the person to do your work. He is not the person at the last minute to help you. You get a week in advance to do these homework assignments. It's not the Tuesday before it's due. It's not the Wednesday morning that he needs to be looking at it. He's more than gracious, Sebastian, and I appreciate that, but we have to find a way in which people have to be self-sufficient. If you decided not to do it and then all of a sudden say, hey, I didn't do it, I was too busy, this is not the class for you. This has to take priority for doing it. And we said that before, if you're not feeling well, one of the things is many of its time is contagious. We don't have the problem of being contagious. And you say, hey, I'm not looking that great today because I'm not feeling well. If you ask in advance, you can get permission not to show your face that day, only that day. If it's really bad, you can say, you know, I don't want to be called on randomly that day. We all can have a bad day one time. Everybody understand this issue? And then we can get on to more important things that it is changing so much. So my contention, Gia, is that you can take everything that you do in the project, you can take it with you. You can have a portfolio of skills where you can take that with you. Besides that, when the due dates are done, that is the time that their due dates are available here. And why is Kevin, Jana, and Samuel, if you have some issues, put it in the chat to Sebastian why your cameras are not on. Okay, other questions that I need to deal with before we move on. Okay, nothing? And what about Andrea? Anything in the chat I need to address?
Something just popped up, actually, right this moment from Kevin, but that's it.
Okay. Okay. So in this case here, if you have issues, then you need to then also document, send a documentation. If you have a doctor's note or something, it's your responsibility before the class, not after the session, to say, you know, I wasn't there, or whatever it was. Okay? All right. So I don't want to belabor this because we need a lot of time to go through a number of different things. Andrea and Lily, let me know if there's something that I need to address. I'll be happy to do it. And not everything is for everyone. As I said before, you know, the trailer has expired. You know what I mean? You're in it, or you can gracefully leave, because you are responsible in your group to do also your work. We're going to have a group project where it's not enough that the group does it. Each individual has to show that they have fully participated. And if you don't fully participate, your grade will reflect that. Okay, so Sebastian, anything else I need to address?
No, I think you've done a good job.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And that's the thing. If I'm not clear, that's why I have the point of view of everyone else that we have. Okay, so let me share my screen. And we're ready to go off here. So I have a couple of, and you can see here, this is where I'm broadcasting here. I'm in the corner, and you can see here Ava, Lily, and so forth, and Andrea and everyone else is here. You can see, notice here in the corner, what happened here. Andrea, do you see in the power in the Zoom?
In which corner? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, right in the low in the YouTube, right in the.
Sorry, it says powered by Zoom.
Power, and what's above that?
The U or logo.
Right.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's through yours. Your Zoom account is linked to your Miami.edu.
Right.
Email,
Am I the administrator?
Yes.
No.
Oh wait, no. Sorry.
I'm not the administrator. Excellent. It's like we almost did. Right, right. I am not the administrator of Zoom.Miami.edu. I'm able to use it, and they allow certain things. You know, Lily, you like that AIQ? There's more of that AIQ, and the administration has blocked us from using it. I'm disappointed, Lily. They're telling me that I can have an exception, and because of my role at the university and being an advisor to them, they will bypass that, but I have to be on a separate server, they say, to find that solution. And guess what, Lily? I have enough problems. I don't need to be on a separate server that the university, can you imagine that the university is supervising? I have more trust in Zoom to do the administration than the university, right? They're not in the business to be controlling servers. So, but I'm just telling you that it's based, and what we're doing in those advanced settings are only done by paid accounts. So let's learn those paid accounts. So Lily, when you go work for an investment bank, they can afford getting an enterprise version of Zoom. And I tell you, probably 95% of those people don't know anything about what you're doing. So already you can make what? Contributions. And they say, what do you know about investment banking? Probably a lot less than somebody who's been 20 years in that business or 30 years, right? But you can say, hey, we can make we can be a brand through Zoom and do webinars and also do YouTube Live, right? So that's my key. So everybody, I want you to understand what is happening there. Okay, second. So one of the things here is you can see here at the end, we do attendance in the Zoom meetings. Always within the Zoom meetings, under cloud recordings, you have all the past recordings there. So when somebody says, I'm sick, Dr. Rush, can you manage to record the class? They don't have to be saying that. They know all the classes have been recorded. So these are the past. Today's class hasn't been finished yet, so it hasn't been updated. So that we talked about before. And then if we go back to it, we have always what's due. If you're confused, I don't know what's due, what do? You go to what's due in the regular section of what's due, and you will see in the what's due, we have today assignment 2, which is hardware, the hardware guides. This has to be done before class. Now it's the 29th, so before 3:30, you need to have done these assignments to get full credit. And after a while, if you do it if you don't have a valid excuse, you get no credit. So, and these are, you have it a week in advance. There are no big shakes to do. These are what you need to do on the quizzes as well. And then you have an audit assignment. When it says audit assignment, Ariel, where does it get uploaded?
Audit assignment gets uploaded into the audit course section.
Yes, simple, right? When you know it, it's easy, right, Ariel? So when you know it, that other people have been emailing me, say, I don't know where I'm supposed to upload it, right? So that is simple. Then in the audit section, and you can see what is being done on the hardware part, what you needed to do on the advanced part, and then we can look at it next week on Wednesday before class. You have what, Ariel? You have another audit assignment. And that audit assignment, and in the numbering, it's an audit assignment 2, but it's advanced digital communication skills, and in parentheses it says group. So this is the key here, that it says you'll have a group, so you need to work with this in your group. In this assignment, you have to review the assignment before you meet with your group so you know what to do, and you have to do the same thing as you did in an individual, but do more skills, Lily, than you did before. And then basically, but these other skills are important when it's a group. When it's individual, it makes no sense to be putting breakout rooms, right, Lily? There's nobody to break out but yourself, right? That's the group I like the best, right? So in that case, we have the audit assignments. The next one is Tech Guide 2, the software, Tech Guide 2 and the adaptive assignment, and the quizzes. So this is it. And in order to do, Ariel, the audit assignments here, right, I need to go to audit assignment instructions, and I will see those assignments. I already see what was assigned here, and in this one is a second assignment for group advanced digital communication skills. And here, this assignment will help you become familiar with communication tools like Zoom and its many features, as well as more of the learning, the Blackboard, and you'll be also learning you will have one person in your group, when you record, go live to YouTube and explore advanced Zoom speaking. And then when you want to look at it, you can see here is the idea here. You'll be looking at it. Remember, this isn't a step-by-step, and basically going to your school account. You'll have one member of your group create the Zoom meeting, and you will have others participating and starting the group meeting. And of course, you'll be recording to the cloud. You'll be recording live. You'll have one person in the group that has an active YouTube account to work with this. And this meeting should be in a format of a tutorial for those who do not know how to use all these features in Zoom. So Lily, you could be giving it to the investment banking group and saying, hey, if you don't know how to do it, this is Lily, and you want to show your faces, right, in the side, right, to show, hey, it's Lily doing it, that Lily just didn't get it from YouTube, right, that you already can brand yourself, Lily, as basically communication skills for the investment banking community. You got it already. And even if they're not going to pay for you, you can already get a following. And once you get a following, you can get subscribers, and you can get ads on investment banking. And you can only even not use one investment bank. You can have them compete against each other, how much they're going to give you, right? And then you can have them come talk to our students. We can give you internships. I can basically filter the best students to you. You can be a whole recruiting crew for investment bankers that you know, young, invested students ready to go, right? That know technology and are not afraid of AI will take their jobs, but will work along with AI to take away the tedious work that they all have to do, and we can concentrate on servicing our clients. How does that sound? Good commercial, right? We can make a commercial even out of it, and you can, right? And you can even use AI to create your commercial, right? And generate it and teach them how to create the commercials, right? So that is the key of what I want to let you know. So that is the assignment. And then if I go to, at this point, and look at it on, you can see under assignment groups, group 0 example are myself, my teaching assistants. Daniel, who has been already a year with me, in this case was in your place exactly last year. He spent one semester as a teaching assistant in training. The second one, what did he become? He became a teaching assistant, and this semester he's been promoted to lead teaching assistant. And Sebastian was with us last semester in your place then, Andrea, and is now the teaching assistant. And what they have done is they made their assignments that you can look at them as a copy of what should be done. So they have their Zoom individual assignment, right, following their way to do it. And in the second one, they made another what to the left folder and putting a Zoom group assignment and having their Zoom cloud recording. Looks familiar, right? In this case, Ariel, doesn't it look familiar? Your YouTube live streaming link and what team members were present, right? So this is going to be key. It may be you have 4 team members and are only 3 people that showed up for your Zoom group. And showcase, what did they showcase? They showcase it how to do co-host promotion. What is the purpose of co-host promotion? Breakout rooms, how to do polls, how to do live transcription, how to do AI companion summary, how to do remote control. And in this case, if I look at remote control, what do you think that means in remote control, Allie? What do you think remote control means?
I think it means like being able to do stuff without like actually being at your computer, like.
Or maybe the opposite, Allie, is that if you're not clear in your group what to do, somebody can take over your computer and do it for you, or almost like be like tech support. Did you know you could do that in Zoom? So if you have that group in your meeting, you could take over. So do that. And also, again, get experience to live stream to YouTube. You'll use one person's live stream account. And then the takeaways and then the challenges. You'll have more challenges and solutions to describe. Here I would put also describe what I would even do of showcasing, of describing, even adding. They did a little bit of what's the importance of these, Allie. So who cares about being a co-host promotion? Who cares about breakout rooms? What is the advantage? What's going to be the advantage to do remote control as well? Talk about it and then make some certain chats in there. Okay? So if I look at these, I can see that in group 1, for instance, the Zoom individual assignment, and in the Zoom individual assignment, for instance, I have Thomas, and stay with me after class, Thomas, we need to discuss things, and you can see this, Ariel, he has it as the Zoom individual.mp4. I know MP4 is a file format, and he could have stored it anyways. He could have stored it on his OneDrive, or he could have stored it on his own computer. And then how did you do this? How did you get this attached, Thomas?
How did I attach the file?
Yeah.
So when I was creating an object under my folder, my group's folder, if you scroll down a little bit, there's like just any type of Blackboard submission where you can attach a file, and there was like something like upload file, and you can do it locally. And I went under my BTE folder where I had originally put my recording, and
right.
then just attached it.
Then you just attached it, right? And Zoom local recording is below your regular recording, your live stream. And then when I click on it, you should be able, and this is important, Ariel, is you want, when you submit something, you just don't want to just wipe your hands and just say, hey, I'm finished. You want to check it, and then you want to ask other people in your group, can you check my assignment? Because guess what? What happens, Thomas, is sometimes that MP4 works because it's just on your computer. Do you understand? And it's not going to be part of Zoom. So you want to make sure that you could even ask somebody, open it up and make sure that it's working. And then we can basically, they don't have to look for it for a long period of time, but they need to see who can view it. You see here nicely, you have the transcript of what he's doing. I have places in which he's speaking. What I want, and ideally, is I want to have screen share too, that we can screen, not only just see his face all the time, but share the screen with what we have. So we want to make sure that we see that. And in this case, we can do both. So you want to make sure that you can do that. And if I look down, I have Valentina, who also has the MP4. She has the Zoom cloud recording. She has the YouTube live. So you want to just even check, open in a new tab, we'll check to see her YouTube, right? And this is nice. Excellent, Valentina. You see how this is connected? She shows even how Zoom gets connected to YouTube, setting up, done, and reconnecting. That's beautiful. So she has that shown, and then she shows a lot of her screen work. Excellent, Valentina. So you see Valentina is excellent there. You see her lovely face, but why do I want your face there? It gains what, Valentina? It gains credibility. This is your video, we can see. This gains it, and then she's able to show it. And notice when she shows it, the university, since the university is the administrator, they want to make sure that their logo is there. Later on, Lily, when you're investment banking, you'll have the investment bank have their logo there, right? But right now, we're taking advantage of being at this institution, taking advantage of their facility, their enterprise subscription. We don't have rights to change it to our own logo. You see that? But excellent that she talks about it, but then she kind of views it that what we want to see is more and more, what I'd like to see is more and more of your screens. Okay? And we can see that she's done it, about her challenges, about live stream, about unlisted, she learned, great. And the UM account, and then we have Peyton, that also has his accounts, his challenges that I needed to enable YouTube before sharing my screen, so I had to reverse the process. He talks about issues he had and how he did it, and then he basically has his bullet points of Zoom. So if I go back where I can go back to those individual assignments, I see that there's Michael who hasn't had it accepted. And then if I go to Briggs, just for an example, Zoom individual assignment, I have then a Jasper that we can see what is missing here. Right off the bat, Luca, when you look at this, what off the bat do you see is missing in Jasper's?
I don't know.
I don't know. Think about it. How many files were we supposed to have links?
Oh, 2?
No. Did you do it, Jasper?
The YouTube?
YouTube. Is it there?
No.
No. So he needs to put it in, right? You could do that. So I don't know. It's not enough, right? You want to think before you throw out, I don't know. Think about it and think about, and you know what? You can even, it's open, so you can look at others. We just said that Thomas did a great job. You look at Thomas and see what's the difference between Thomas's and not. So if I look at it, I see already that we had issues before on that, and then in the assignment groups we can see it. So it's the same thing. I'm just like picking up in this case, right? My Zoom individual assignments, I can see that Ariel, right? You have 3, and it took, and basically, Ariel, what did you say? It took 24 hours to improve my account. Additionally, I had 2 different meetings for my local cloud, resulting in 2 different files that had to be combined. Issues that we have here. And then in Gia, what do we have here is we have 1 account, local recordings. Why in this case do we, this looks like, I'm not sure what's happening here. And what about your, Gia, what about your YouTube live?
I meant to put that under like struggles I had.
Okay, so we want to do that. So we want to have it look exactly like this. So Gia, you want to go back and say you want to have local Zoom link attached above, cloud Zoom link, YouTube link, showcase, AI, takeaways, and your challenges. You want to have it in that format. If you had problems with YouTube, you want to state it there, okay? So these are issues that I want everybody to look at. So it's the same thing. If I look at assignment groups again, I'm just doing it randomly here. If I look at group 4, right, I have Andrea here with the individual. She talks about the challenges. I have Henry here that I don't know what the issue. I have 1 Henry here and 1 Henry here. If you have 2 Henrys here, I don't need it. Right, Henry? Why do you have 2? Can you delete the first one? Of course you can delete it. Better you delete it than somebody else deletes it. Right, Henry? So you have here, you have the thing about my takeaways. Do you have the YouTube, Henry?
No, that's what I was emailing.
Right, I know. So what do we have to do? At least at this time, you put it in, so you need to put that in again. And then I have Grant, and then I have Kevin. So we have it. So this is the case. Let me stop sharing. So what I'm going to do, Sebastian, for the class is, what I'd like you to do is review what you've submitted. If you are welcome, if you think that you've done an excellent job, you don't want to make any changes to it, fine. If you think you can improve it by making it more of a tutorial, sharing your screen more often, I give you the opportunity to redo. Do not remove what you had previously, but add additional. So you can put additional recording, and you may even want to focus on a certain point. You can add then additional. Now my YouTube was not working. Now as of January 29th, 10 p.m., this is my YouTube recording, and you may want to redo the entire part and do it better. So what I am doing for this assignment, since we had some issues, even though we mentioned, right, Lily, that you should do more than 24 hours in advance, and I want everyone to know how to do it the best they can, is I am extending the assignment to be due on Monday before class. Everybody hear that? Did you hear that, Henry?
Yeah.
What did you hear? Henry, what did you hear?
Hello, sorry. Now, could you repeat that?
You're right. So just don't say yeah to me, okay? So it's not a yeah place. This is a class. I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult in terms of being online. I don't want to be, in this case, if you're online, you need to be in a quiet area. You need to be concentrating. I know it's difficult. So what did I ask in this case, Allie, to Henry? What did I make a note of?
You were saying that if we wanted to like improve the audit that we already submitted, if we wanted to add something or clarify or re-record,
or if you haven't done the YouTube, especially the stream in the YouTube, I am giving you, when is it going to be due, Allie?
Monday before class.
Monday before class. You understand why that's important, Henry? To be able to do it. So we are just extending this at only this portion, and only this time that we're setting this up. So every time we're doing it, it's like agile development. Problems occur, and then they will do it. So it's just the same thing. For this next assignment, you need to be meeting with your group, hopefully today or tomorrow. Do you understand that, Henry? Because the next assignment is a group assignment. You need to read the assignment beforehand, know each of you knowing how to do that assignment, and then meet in a group and make a tutorial on how to do this using, Lily, each other's as basically playing a part. I can be a participant, Lily, you can be a host, you can promote me to a co-host. We can have Mark, if he were in the group, he can be he can make up the poll. We can take the poll. We can see, does everybody take the poll? Can take the poll? Can co-hosts take the poll? All of these things show how it can be used. You understand that, Andrea? So this group, what you're going to need to do is you're going to be set up. So I'm going to even have 5 minutes where you're going to meet with your group, because you're going to need to put up a folder. You're going to need to make some times to meet, and then we'll meet back. But I just want to show how this is working. Some of you have really struggled with it and got it done. Others were, what can I say, a little bit in the dark. Hopefully you will see the light to be able to do that. Okay, Pavi, question. Did you get everything done?
Me?
Yes. Did you get your
I
live
did.
stream, everything? So basically, when you're in the group, then help each other to a point. If they're getting stuck on one little thing, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do it, help them out, because they're part of your group. But we expect, right, Pavi, that everybody will be prepared when you do that Zoom recording. Everybody has to take a part. You know, it's not enough that they show up to the Zoom recording and Pavi, you do all the work and they're just sitting there, you know, scrolling on their phone, you know, and then you're taking it. They'll be also evaluated on how much they participate. Pavi, if you're participating and they're just sitting there having fun, you know, then you'll be getting a different grade than they will. But it's a shame, right? Because it can really be fun. Why not give your wholehearted look to that? Okay, so in this case, when I'll be doing it, you can think about it. We also talked about last time, we talked about, you remember, DeepSeek and others, and also in our course here, we talked about the idea that we had we talked about hardware, right? Today was hardware, and the question is who cares about hardware? But we need still basically that whole deep seek, and why the market, NVIDIA lost billions and billions of dollars, is because they're involved in major hardware components, and this is designed to the business strategy. And then you need to know about the business hierarchy as well, and you'll need to know then what is the difference between a central processing unit, a primary storage, secondary storage, inputs and outputs, and communication technologies. And basically the idea, those prices are reducing, you can see, and in some ways what was so scary about that deep sink, Thomas, is what? Did you read about deep sink, Thomas?
Yeah, I know that they're pretty similar. Again, I don't know too much, but from what I know, that they're pretty similar to ChatGPT, and they cost a fraction
Right.
of what it costs for OpenAI.
Right.
So, like we mentioned in our previous class, that caused the OpenAI stock, NVIDIA stock to
Right, because what is NVIDIA doing? They're doing the hardware infrastructure, because all of this AI requires a lot of computing power, and they were saying that it requires a lot of GPUs, graphical processing units, and they were saying, we're going to have to build these big data farms, Thomas, for billions of dollars, and all of a sudden this Chinese company says, listen, we can do it for a fraction of the cost and come up with the same results. They don't say what, Thomas, that maybe they trained on US OpenAI, right? And they trained on possibly Meta, right? And then they were able to do this. So we don't know. And one of the problems was our chips were basically, our advanced chips and things for NVIDIA, they were forbidden to export it to China. And all of a sudden they say, hey, do they have it, or did they get around it, or were they more innovative? So this is really going to be useful for us to consider on those input technologies of what we can do there that can happen. So we have something called a CPU, and we need to know what a CPU stands for. We have acronyms all around, right, Andrea? And a CPU stands for what? It's got central processing unit. And I can put all of this, and we'll do an example of this. I can put all of this into AI. AI summarize it for me, right, Andrea? You can basically put all your PDFs and all the book parts and say, okay, give me a summary of the key components here and help me, and even give me a podcast. We'll do that as one of our exercises. Wouldn't that be great? Take all my material, have it start helping you have a study partner. But the whole idea here is basically that's the brains of the computer, whether I talk about a laptop or I'm talking about high end. And one of the things that you'll see here when I have it, I have a control unit, I have an ALU, which stands for arithmetic logic unit. What does that mean? Adding, subtracting. What does logic mean? In this case, Mark, what is logic? Do you have any idea? When they call arithmetic, adding numbers, right?
Maybe like a logistical way of...
Logic is whether it's true or false. So if I wanted to sort, right, I want to say, is 5 less than 6? Is that true or false, Mark?
5 is less than 6.
So is it true or false? True. So basically, the computer at this point, and some of the really low down things, it's how do they sort? It sorts by asking questions like that: less than, greater than, equal than. That's logic. So if I ask for you, you don't even think about it. If I had everybody's score, right, in an Excel, right, I'd say go ahead and sort it from the highest to the lowest grade, right, Mark? Or I would say go ahead and alphabetize it from A to Z. But here, the logic unit does that true and false. So you can think about logic as being true or false, and it be greater than or less than, right? Answering that question, and how the CPU works and its computer memory. So the key here, if I were doing it, that the CPU has what we call RAM. You need to know this for the test. You see that, Mark? You need to know this for the test, and that is called random access memory. I'm using PowerPoint right now. You see that? PowerPoint, this PowerPoint was originally saved on my hard drive. You with me, Mark?
I am with you.
Good. And then whenever I want to use an application, that application or a copy of that application gets stored in my random access memory called RAM. So it takes it from my storage of my hard drive and makes a copy and puts it into my random access memory. My random access memory is very fast. And in this case, I have a control unit that's the flow of my data. I have my arithmetic and I have my data. So if I look basically at this slide, Mark, you with me? You're with me. Basically, you can put in your notes here, you see where this says primary storage, main memory. Another term for it is what, Mark? RAM, random access memory. So put in your notes there where you see primary storage, that's my random access memory. And my hard drive, Mark, is my secondary storage. So you see how it goes two ways? My secondary storage takes a copy of it and puts it in RAM, or my main memory, and I can save it because, and sometimes if I make corrections to this, those corrections wouldn't be saved to it unless I save it to secondary storage. And then I have my input, and in this place here I have my microprocessor where I have my control unit, my arithmetic logic unit, I have registers, I have my output and communication devices. So if I look at it, these are the, notice it says primary storage, that's my RAM. It goes and then computes it and then comes back to my main memory. And the Microsoft microprocessors are keep on getting better. And guess what, Lily? You remember NVIDIA? NVIDIA is dealing with processors. And it's dealing with processors, specifically not even CPUs. It's what they call GPUs. So you can put in your notes. If we can put in your notes here, we need to know what CPU is. Right? We know that's central processing unit. But we also have something called a GPU. So if I were going to ask you then, Lily, what a GPU is, you know right offhand, right? What you would be doing is you're just not going to wait for me and say, I don't know, right? Because, you know, we weren't born with this stuff, right, Gia? That if I'm asking Lily, you should be doing the same thing like Ariel, right? Ariel, what should you be looking up?
What should I be looking up?
Yeah, right now. What did I ask just now? I asked...
what is the Moore's law?
No, I'm asking right down here. You see my screen right here?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, good. No, that's
So
fine.
look up the GPU.
Look up GPU, and GPU stands for graphic... What? What does it stand for, Lily?
It stands... Oh.
Go ahead, Ariel. Perfect.
A graphic processing unit.
Graphic processing unit. And there's even something called an NPU, and we'll look it up. And then the question is always what, Lily? What is it? And who cares?
Like NP, like it's a neutral processing.
Neural.
Neural, sorry.
Neural
Neural.
processing unit. And who cares? And what business application does that have? These are always going to be those questions. So in this case, Ariel, do you want to make a point?
Yeah, I was just gonna answer the.
Good, great. What is it?
It's specialized like computer chip, and it accelerates AI. So like.
Which one are you talking about?
Oh, sorry, the MPU.
And right.
So like ChatGPT, for example, that would be a good great addition to their website, because it would accelerate
their applications, right? Because what do you want to know? We have trillions of connections. NVIDIA, if you look for NVIDIA, you remember that is the stock that got so effective and was #1 in terms of its processing. And what did they sell? Look up NVIDIA and find out, Ariel, what do they sell? And Ariel Francis, look up NVIDIA and tell me, what do you think they sell? In terms of what do you think? What makes them such a valuable company? And what was it that the market reacted to so fervently that they got spooked? And there was like doomsday, my goodness.
They create GPUs.
They create GPUs, graphical processing units. So if I look at NVIDIA, right, and I look world leader in artificial intelligence computing, right, invents GPU and drives, advances in AI, HPC gaming, creative design, autonomous vehicles, robotics. It's like all the future. And all of a sudden that DeepSeek says, hey, we can do some things that they can't. So you can see here, what are they selling? Graphic cards to make it what? Faster and faster. And you can see when you even do that, DeepSeek panic, live updates, why NVIDIA stock is losing. So these are ways. And then when we talked about computer memory, this is the key. We have memory capacity. We have what they call primary storage and secondary storage. So one of the things that you want to be able to do for next time is find out in your computer of RAM how much do you have? Secondary storage, how much do you have? For next time that we meet, I'd like you to find out that I can ask you, Peyton, right away, how much RAM do you have on your computer that you're using now? How much secondary computer? And then what is the question you want to ask? Is who cares? Why do I care, Peyton, how much you have, or you care, the RAM and the processing? And then you can see there's computer memory that we have the capacity of going to. The smallest amounts are bits, which are just like 0 or 1. A byte is 8 characters, just like a character. And a kilobyte, megabyte, gigabyte, you can look those up where you have those that they're having. And then the idea of memory capacity, when I talk about AI, what am I talking about? I'm talking about huge amounts of memory that I have to be storing. So here's the primary memory, they call it main memory sometimes, and within main memory or in primary storage, we have something called the register memory, the cache memory, the random access memory, and the read-only memory. What do I want you to do then, Peyton? Is look these up. You have it in your book. You have it in other ways. You can ask ChatGPT. You can ask Gemini. I don't care who you ask. But in order to find out what is the difference and who cares, right? And who cares that this is volatile and this read-only memory is going to be non-volatile, doesn't get erased.
Dr. Rush, sorry,
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
A private message came through just to you. I don't really want to announce it, but there's a private message.
Okay, we'll check it at the end of the. So can you please just let someone know that to see me after class?
Yeah, that's kind of what it's regarding.
Yeah, right. So just those types of things. Just respond, telling anyone anything that's private. See me after class. I appreciate it. You know what I mean? So this is the idea of what we need to do. So let me stop sharing. So what you need to do as a as a class is now you need to, in your groups, let me just do this. We're running out of a bit of time, but you can do this as your own, is have each group make a folder just like group 0 for that second assignment, that group assignment, and set up a time with your group to meet earlier. What I'd like you to do is, it's extended your first one. What I would like you to do is even beforehand, it'd be even nice to have it done like the first round on Monday, and you can always improve it. Go ahead for Monday before class, finish up the first assignment, beef up. Those of you that have done a very good job, if you want it really to shine, you can basically add an additional one where you're sharing more of your screens. You can even shorten it maybe and say, here's my short tutorial that I've summarized. Others of you that, especially those of you who had the YouTube live streaming, have an issue, you all should have that available to you. Make sure it's done. You can have the others in your group check to make sure that everything is done, and have already for next Wednesday, we'll have the second assignment due. The first assignment, as I said before, we're extending it to Monday just because we had some issues. So I'm doing one exception here, just to make sure that everybody's on board, everybody's working on that. Valentina, nice job on your presentation that you showed. If you want to look back on it and say, hey, can I make it even better, you're welcome to do it. But it was nice. You had your face there smiling. And we have Valentina's part here. And Lily and Andrea, thanks a lot for doing that. So, Thomas, you have any points that people need to know about or comments?
Not really. Just make sure that, you're screen sharing through the steps that need to be.
Yeah, so you understand. So it's great that when you don't know it, you can take it, and that's what, doesn't it right? A lot of times when you see tutorials, you want them short and sweet, right?
Right.
You don't want to go on, and this is me, I'm doing this, and I'm a business. Nobody cares, you know what I mean? But I'm Thomas. Right. I'm here. I know how to do it. You can make almost your brand then, Thomas. Right? Your YouTube can be your brand. And if you want, later on, you can say, for subscription, VIPs can join me in Zoom, and I'll answer direct questions. And those can follow me. You can have, you just have a following. But that's what we're basically looking at. Whether I'm going to be doing data analytics or anything else, that all of you can have a brand and say, hey, I'm in marketing. This is my hobby that I wanted to produce. You can decide what you want to do. But we expect everybody, right, Thomas, to take their fair share. If they're having an issue, that's fine, but not waiting to the last minute and say, hey, I didn't understand what I'm supposed to do because I didn't pay attention. We don't want that. We can do something else, I don't need to waste my time, and they don't need to waste their time either. It's wasting both both of our times there. But if you're really into it, this is what we're going to be doing each week. And why am I doing this? That later on, Andrea, when people are having issues, they can basically have their recording say, this is where I got stuck. And then guess what? They can send you, Andrea, hey, Thomas can send to you, hey, this is a little clip, even a minute clip, I can solve your problem, right? Or we can send it to someone that it's beyond our control. It's Zoom control, university's control. We just can't say it didn't work. We have to document why it didn't work. Why the setting, why we couldn't do cloud, why we couldn't do another one. Or we can say, hey, this is so important, give my entire class permission, to use all of AI. There's a lot of other, Thomas, there's a lot of other AI that we couldn't turn on that would be neat to see. Doesn't mean that we could critique it. AI has its disadvantages, but it certainly can help us. And then we can edit it. But even like we were saying, that summary was great. Give it a little summary. You don't have to write up a summary. And think about marketing when you have to do even blogging or whatever you have to do, right? Postings. Let it come up, and then you refine it. Don't waste time. Anything else? Andrea, what I need to do? Everybody clear on that? So everybody should really even now make one person, make a folder at least of that second assignment and then meet together. You can decide how you want to meet, but I don't need to see it that it's the last minute, and then decide who has their Zoom working that wants to take on, you may be even deciding that, who wants to lead that first group. Everybody read through that assignment and then know how to do it, and then meet as a group and show it as a tutorial. And each member, Thomas, in the group will be taking their share part of it. You may want to talk about it ahead of time and then record. At least not start recording and then spending, 10 minutes figuring out how to do something. Nobody wants to see that. But later on, you can put that in the notes. This was an issue. We couldn't figure how to do remote control. But we figured it out. Got it? So I'm looking forward to what you guys have. I think this can be just a great class, in terms of everybody bringing what they have. And if you see different types, different activities that we can pursue, let me know. Okay, and thank you, Sebastian, for helping out everyone. Anything else, comment you want to make, Sebastian, before we leave?
No, just please look over the assignment instructions. They should be pretty clear, but if you guys still have questions, just feel free to text me.
Yeah.
Feel free to text me something.
Right, so free to text him, but like I said, I don't want abuse of my TA. I don't want anybody to abuse anybody, but especially I don't want, maybe abuse is a little bit strong, but I don't want to be taking advantage of you. You're also a student, and you're also doing an internship, and you also are doing quite a bit of time. So rest assured, but definitely Sebastian is more than willing to help you guys out. And I applaud him and thank you very much, Sebastian. All the credit. Okay. All right, let's just do attendance. I'll stay after class. Let me move this down. Let me just see here. This is my advanced. This is my audit instructions. Let me do attendance. It's coming up. Let me do check-in. Start check-in. 9880. 9880, if you want, put that in the chat for me, Sebastian. Be so kind. And then people are welcome to leave. If you need to stay with me, please do that. So 9880 is the attendance. And stay with me. And otherwise, see you next time. YouTube and Thomas, stay with me just to see, kind of, we can decide what you wanted to do. Okay, I stopped
Thank you. Have a
recording.
nice day.
Thank you, Andrea, for doing such a nice job. Okay, so Kevin, what's up?
I had a question about the final presentations. Will they be in person or are they online?
Online.
Okay.
So the final presentations will be online, and we'll take each group and some of the things that you're going to be using for the next one, like spotlighting. We're going to spotlight the groups, so all groups will be taking it. And guess what? After you get the feedback, Kevin, you'll get together with your group and do a formal presentation based on my feedback. You'll do a final one, and guess what? You'll do it as a cloud recording without a password, put it into Zoom.
Okay, all right.
Perfect. My pleasure.
Have a good day.
Bye. And Soren, what's up?
So I emailed you, and
Yeah,
I
what
cannot
is-
see the assignment groups on my audit tab. Like I can screen share with you. Maybe it's something I'm
Yeah,
doing.
Sebastian, do you want to look at, you want to be in, let me just promote you, Sebastian. Let me just make you a co-host, Sebastian. Sebastian, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Can you be so kind and go in a breakout room with Soren and
Okay.
see if he has an audit area? And if he does not, place him in the audit section. You know how to do that, right?
Yeah.
I have an audit section, but the tab that would be for.
Well, do you have a
the
group, assignment
groups.
groups? Do you have something called assignment groups?
Never mind. That just entered in my thing. I promise I have a picture that it
Okay.
Never mind.
All right. Okay,
Yeah,
you're good. See, my wavelength hit your computer. That's what happened.
Exactly. Thank you. Have a nice time.
Bye. All right. So, Thomas, what's up?
Hi, Dr. Rush. So yeah, I spoke with Andrea. I spoke with Sebastian for a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Also with my parents, and yeah, definitely, it's something I'd love to do. I just wanted to know in terms of next steps. You mentioned the group chat. Is there anything else?
Well, you need to be in. I think Sebastian, he can put you in the TA. Sebastian, can you put Thomas in the TA and training chat in WhatsApp? Invite him,
Right.
and he's going to do that, and then we'll work from there. That Daniel and Sebastian will sometimes, just like we said, give you the assignments early, possibly.
Okay.
You can review,
Okay.
just make sure that the parts are, and then you can think about other areas in which you want to proceed. This is kind of like a new position, and
Right.
you can tell me based on the point of view of you as a student
Right.
and also as a conscientious student, what would you like for the class? You know,
I added you, Thomas.
Perfect.
you
I'll check
understand?
later.
So,
Okay,
as
awesome.
a matter of fact, in my last class, we have some student, and you know what he wanted to do? He was so excited. He goes, "You know what I'd like to do? Like once a week, I'd like to do like an AI daily update." Like
really?
articles that I do, and he was so excited. He's really into AI, of showing hey to the class, and even doing like a little video on his YouTube channel. You know that he can start promoting. So that was his idea. So I said, go for it. You know, because I love it that I can. Because there's so much coming out, and he's so into it. He's into also trading. So he was trading. He was basically thinking about he was basically thinking about when should he buy Nvidia, and beforehand he was investing in some of these Chinese companies. But I'm just giving you a feel for it. He was saying that would be exciting, and then others can join you in it. You know what I mean? That you can kind of be the lead on and thinking more innovative things that we can do.
Okay.
I want to bring up the slower students, but I don't want for our better students to waste their time, going over the same material. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, and that's why I put it in this first thing. If they're not willing to be in, putting their fair share, I don't even want them in the class. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's not good for them, and it's not good for us. You know what I mean?
I've had those projects where there's the one person that thinks they're going to get a free ride, and it's really hard to deal with.
Yeah,
so really
right. And you're not.
policy.
A lot of times you're not their employer. You know what I mean? But in our class, what it is that we get graded.
Okay.
Okay.
It hurts a lot for especially presentations when they don't do anything.
I know, I know, and so that's why we have to go right. So, but you want to catch that early, you know, and basically even have a way in which Sebastian and others saying, well, maybe this really isn't the class for you. You know what I mean? Take it another semester and take it with another instructor that doesn't require all these assignments. You know, and mine is special.
My groups, we've already created the group chat for this specific assignment. We've already created the file, and then
the folder,
our folder and the item. Sorry, that's right.
But I'm just saying you're ready. So I'm saying is you being there, it'd be nice even for Monday to really even show what you've done. You know what I mean? Kind of like be a motivator for those students. But you think about it of where you want to be contributing. You know, everybody has their own strengths and their own interests. So you think about that. So as you're doing it, this only creates better for you. You know what I mean? And if you'd say, you know, Sebastian will be meeting with some founders and things, if you want to join us on those or think about new companies that that we want to view, you know, we can have academic partnerships with, which we do already. So make it exciting. Cool. Okay.
I had one last quick question for you. Is this a resume piece too? Like, am I allowed to put that on there?
Sure. Okay. Because it's true. Right. You know, with Dr. Rushing, teaching assistant. Okay. You know, in teaching assistant. You know what I mean? Put teaching assistant in training. You know, help, and you can even put a helps. You know, guide the students in giving the student point of view and things like that. Right. And then you can even do it that assign only to the top students in the class. Right. You know what I mean? That I don't ask every slacker to be a teaching assistant in training. You know what I'm saying? Right. So okay, perfect. So you can add that, and if it works out, and if it doesn't, it's fine too. You know, some students, Sebastian saw that were teaching assistant in training and had other activities that they didn't, you know, and sometimes, you know what they do? They come back. They leave a semester and say, hey, is that position still available? You know? So it's that connection.
Well, I appreciate the flexibility.
Yeah. But you do what you need to do. You understand? And if later on in the semester you say, you know what, it doesn't work out for me, that's fine too. We didn't sign a contract. You know what I mean? It's not like a thing.
No, absolutely. I've been in TA actually in 2 or 3 math companies, like tournament math.
Yeah, so you can see it. So it's another thing you can see.
I love. Yeah.
So you can even make it as information technology and generative AI. So you can describe what we're doing rather than just saying information technology. We're doing more than the standard, MIS course. Right. It's really almost like in some ways it's much more advanced that we're looking at. Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Dr. Rush. Thank you, Sebastian, for answering and being patient with me. I really appreciate it.
Okay, it's good awesome. That you decide. You know what I mean? That you're cautious, that you decide, and then you do advisement. That's perfect. Right. Tell your parents that I understand it.
I just wanted to double.
No, it's great. Right. Why commit yourself if you don't? It wasn't like it was on the spot. Perfect.
Right.
See you. Bye. All right. Ciao.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Rush. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Bye.
Sebastian, how'd it go?
It was well. Hopefully the kids stop having so many questions because
it's too much. You know what I mean? And now I think one of the mistakes maybe we did do is by not making it as a combined thing, they weren't focused in on their groups. You know what I mean?
There's always going to be group issues. Last semester I had a group issue.
I know. Everybody has group issues. You know what I mean?
But no one's texted me about group issues. It's all just been about...
Yeah, well, I don't think they've even done anything in the group. I think some of them just woke up and found out that they have an assignment due and they had no idea. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. What to do. That's all. But I didn't know, and that's the case, is to... whether I needed to do a breakout room today. Do you know?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. You know what I mean? If they didn't do it...
You were explaining everything. No one texted me. This is one of the first Zooms we have where no one has texted me privately asking a question or anything.
Yeah, you understand? So and then I want to emphasize, those that don't want to do any work, do something else with your time.
Exactly.
Don't bother us. You know what I mean? Seriously. Yeah. You know what I mean? Do something else. I don't care what you do. You know what I mean? It's a waste of your time and a waste of our time. You don't like it and I don't like it. So we got an agreement. Why be in a relationship? You know what I mean? Okay.
Yeah.
So okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Professor.
And then we
Bye.
got to do that. And you know what? You should also start doing that too. Figure out with you can answer, but say check with your group.
Okay, I'm gonna start doing that.
Start doing that. When your group can't figure it out, come back to me.
Okay.
That may be, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
like the first battle line is check with your group.
Exactly.
Okay. Let them do it. Okay. Even you can send them out. You know what I mean? I don't want to micromanage you, Sebastian. You know what I mean? You may want to discuss it with Daniel, but you know what I mean?
Figure out a system.
Yeah, figure out a system that they don't just inundate you. I had like, every day people were. Last night it was like unreal.
It was bad last night.
Yeah, it was, and it was, and such stupid questions too. You know what I mean?
This one kid asked me if it's okay if they can't access the folder. Is it okay if they just don't do anything? And I'm like, do that. What do you want me to tell you?
Right. Yeah, they can just say yes. Everybody has a choice. You'll get a 0. That's all.
Okay.
Just say I answer like that. Everything you have a choice. You'll get a 0. That's all.
Okay.
Even this
Bye,
I was
Professor.
debating. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye, Professor. Take care.
Hi, Professor.
Hi. We had the first class.
Yes.
I didn't have time to do breakout rooms with them, but they got the idea. I was pretty harsh.
Okay.
I was just saying you don't want to do work, don't be in the class, kind of. And also I wanted to tell you, I think the problem was is they didn't rely on their group. Hopefully this time they'll have their group. And after this group session, what I told Sebastian, the amount of calls he was getting, is tell them that they first need to check with their group. When their group doesn't understand it, then you're more than willing to help them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Rather than, saying, hey, I have no idea what's going on, and is it all right if I don't do anything,
They seem to have done better in this group.
Okay, good. So just tell me, we'll look at it. So I think that's what I'll do is I'll just look at those.
Sure.
I think.
There's a student, he did really well, Jared, and
What group?
Group 1.
Okay, fine. We'll use them. Well, and it's good to even check those that didn't, but just we'll start with that.
Yeah.
You know. Faiz, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Did you get hurt?
No, I'm fine.
That car, that looks like hefty damage. It looks like a nice car.
Or the other person's car? He hit me pretty hard, but
Is that your car that we saw pictures of?
yeah, that's my car.
Wow, that's an expensive job there to replay it.
It's gonna take at least like 2 months. So
2 months.
I'll get the insurance the whole day today. So
Wow.
let's see.
And where was this?
It was right on Dixie Highway, going on to I-95.
You were going north.
Yeah, I was going up to Brickell. I think I might have seen you when this happened. Yeah, maybe. Stop there.
Yeah, because Daniel lives in Brickell. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay. The main thing that was the other person safe?
Yeah, the other person was fine.
Did they have damage too?
But they only had a little bit of damage, so.
They did you in. So what, were they trying to come into your lane or what?
Yeah, he tried to like move past me in the lane, and the back left of his truck clipped the front right.
Oh, that's why it was a truck. That's why.
Tore off like metal. So. Was their insurance any good? They're still dealing with it. I've yet to see. So.
Yeah, so your insurance deals with it. You know what I mean? It doesn't. Whether they're good or not, your insurance has to deal with it. But the main thing is you're safe. You never know. You know what I mean? In a flick of a dime. That's why we, hopefully you can get that done. Okay, so we're getting this done. So how you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Okay, how was the assignment? Did you get everything done?
Oh, yeah. No, that's all set. Yeah.
Perfect. And you were able to stream?
Oh, for streaming?
Yeah.
So I still haven't gotten approved on YouTube. I don't know why. I guess I did it on 2 different accounts. The first account did not get approved.
And what about the second?
I don't know how. That one. So that one, it's gonna based off the timer. It's like 24 hours. So like at 8 or 9 o'clock is when I could just.
8 or 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, that's just whenever like the timer ends.
Okay, we'll see.
And then it'll let me like make the video.
Okay, and Emerson, how'd it go for you?
Yeah, I'm actually not done yet. Hopefully I can get it done by 10
What happened? Your YouTube or what?
Yeah, that's just the YouTube. Everything else is...
Oh, okay. And Morgan, how'd it go for you?
It went good. I had a problem like streaming locally, but then I figured it out because I just didn't have Zoom actually like downloaded. I emailed Daniel about it, but we got it figured out. So
perfect. We have issues all the time, and that's the great thing is it'd be good if you can even talk about it in your recording.
Yeah, I think I actually did.
You know what I mean? But actually show it, because those are great, not only how you do it step by step, but if you get a problem like I did, let me show you what it is, because that's really the issue. Sometimes those problems are very useful, because I had that's what you're searching. Who else had this problem that they need to know? For instance, that you have to do it 24 hours in advance. You need to use different accounts. Use it, your issues, use it as part of your recordings and also sharing your screens, because that's what people want to see. And you may even have one little recording just on those issues.
Yeah.
You know how to overcome them, because that's the thing. And then we can think about, hey, Morgan really knows that, and that you can be a star, because think about it, all of this is new to you, right? And other people don't know about it, and it's the issue once you've overcome those problems. That's the key. Okay. And Presley, how'd it go?
It was good. I remember staying after the Zoom with you guys, and I figured everything out, and then it went pretty smoothly. So
okay. There are other people's having problems also with Wiley Plus too. In terms sometimes You didn't have a problem with that, Presley, did you? With Wiley Plus?
No, I haven't encountered that yet.
Okay. Sometimes their server goes, it doesn't, it's almost like it doesn't clean up after itself. So it's like messy. So sometimes it will give you error messages and tell you to clean out the cookies and so forth. So one of the things on Wiley Plus is that you need sometimes switch browsers to Chrome. Sometimes some people even switch computers and it worked, you know. Sometimes on iPad it doesn't work. So there are many issues, and that's what we're going to be covering, right? And that's why we're having these first assignments, is to be able to document our problems and then try, right, Morgan, as much as possible, try to find solutions. We're not, and a lot of it is not under our control, right? Like whether they approve you or not, YouTube, it's not under your control, right? But try to find workarounds to it that we can get, and at least, and if you're having issues, have documented it. But that's one of the things that you need to do too, is for a lot of these assignments, you can't wait to the last minute to do it. You know, to read the book, you can wait to the last minute, but sometimes even that, to do the assignment, sometimes all of a sudden the server goes down. That's the problem of having on those cloud, is you don't have control, as well as you can have other problems. So we're waiting here. Okay. I think we're ready to go. Everybody you know needs to get their video on. We're ready to begin. We have a lot of things to cover today, and make sure, and Daniel, I'll have you participate in looking at, we'll see whether we need to do a breakout room or not. For the last class we didn't, and it seemed to work out fine, but we'll see. We'll play by ear of what is happening. Okay. So.
Could you make me the co-host?
Yeah, please. You have to remind me. No, we should really put it in the in Zoom. You know, when we do the.
That would be easier.
Yeah, we should do. Remind me next time we meet. We'll just do that. We can access that. Okay. And Navarre, how was it going? How did the assignment go? Did you have any issues with YouTube Live?
No issues with that. It was just hard for me to screen record and start the thing out.
Okay. What do you mean?
Like I couldn't screen record and like share screen and like start a YouTube Live.
Okay, yeah. So that's what we'll try to figure out, how to do that exactly. Those were issues. How can we, in another assignment, we'll look at that too, because that's an issue that we had. Okay, and Heidi, how'd it go?
It was good. I finished it.
Good, okay. Did you have issues? Heidi, or it went smoothly?
No, it was good. I was fine.
Okay, great. I'm glad that people are up and running on that. And we're here. Okay. So we're having a couple of people. We can let them do it. Okay. So do we have any volunteers to moderate the chat? Navarre, do you want to be so kind and moderate, see if there are any issues? Anyone else want to join Navarre in that?
I can do it.
Okay, Isa, be so kind. Thanks, Isa, that you can do it. Let me know if there are any issues. Daniel will be kind of like overviewing everything, but we'll be making sure. And then Noah and Adam and Mark and Haley, hopefully they'll get their cameras up and going, and we'll start since it's time to go. Okay, so I'm going to record. All my classes, you know, are recorded to the cloud. Always, you can find them under Blackboard, under Zoom meetings as a tab. And of course, I'm going to try, Nick, to do what? Also record where? Nick, where am I going to record else? I'm going to try to record to YouTube Live, get my channel. I'm going to go public, and I'm going to go from Zoom to YouTube, preparing for my live stream. Hopefully my live stream, I'm depending on what? I'm waiting for that application of Zoom, for that application program interface to work with Zoom, that I don't have to go out of Zoom. It looks like it's working well in that aspect. Okay, so hopefully we're getting everybody here. Welcome to the class. I have just a few words of wisdom here for everyone, and that is, when we give assignments, you need to do those on time and give yourself enough time. For instance, YouTube Live is not under our control getting accounts, so we said that you need to do it. Usually you had to wait 24 hours that you had to do it. You cannot wait to the last minute to do it as we proceed. The other thing that our next assignment will be is a group assignment, where you'll be working with your group, doing more advanced features in Zoom, so will have to be working with your group. We are lucky enough to have Daniel here, who is quite experienced and has done an excellent job in helping in terms of setting up our assignments, and also he will be being the first line as the lead teaching assistant in your grading, and has been always available to answer your questions. He is a student just like you. He has courses just like you, and he has other activities just like you. So what I am requesting is that you do not, everybody here, not take advantage of Daniel. So what I am proposing, once now that we have groups, if you have questions, is first addressed to your group to see if your group can figure it out. When your group cannot figure it out, then please then reach out. Daniel will be happy to answer any of your questions, possibly work as much as he can and fit into his schedule how he can help. But I just don't want to have just questions that your other group members can answer that we take advantage. It's that idea. A number of you have sent me emails as well. I got quite a few. I was very popular yesterday. I got quite a few from you, and I'm happy to respond. But again, those types of issues I'd like to do. So from now on, we will be many times working within your group, and there were some activities that you'll do as a group, and some activities that you will do individually, but you can get help from your groups. Everybody understand that? Is that clear, Tessa, in terms of how we want to work this class? And what we're trying in these first assignments is just find ways to document. Because guess what? All of these new programs, all of this AI is so new that there will be issues. There will be problems. Anybody that tells me, and Daniel knows, that tells me that I won't have any issues using technology, what do I know, Daniel? Two things. Either they're lying to me or they don't know what they're talking about. Because there are always issues. The idea is, the first thing is to try to figure out what the problem is, right? And then when we have the problem, then we can document what the problem is, and then we can kind of figure out who do we need to go to find the solution of the problem. So anyone in this class that just says, you know, I didn't do the assignment because it was just too hard, or, you know, I worked many hours and I can't figure it out, is not enough. You will be graded and you will get a 0. Everybody understand that? A 0 for just saying, I couldn't figure it out. At least what you need to do, and in time, is document, this is the issue I have, this is not working, you know, YouTube showing documentation wouldn't accept any of my emails, and these are my problems, and have workarounds on it. So this is a type of class that we will be exploring new programs all the time. Programs, which is exciting, Morgan, that you don't know about, right? If you knew about it, why waste our time? You know, why waste my time? And some programs that I'm not familiar with. So that's the exciting thing, Morgan, that you can take this with you. Anything that we're learning, your YouTube channel, you can even keep on pursuing and basically solve that and be a brand. What's your major, Morgan?
I'm a legal studies major.
So think about that. Legal studies and basically attorneys and AI, that's going to be a given, right? It's already a given. And a lot of these attorneys aren't familiar, and it's coming out so quickly that you could be even the resource. Let me help, law firms. Let me help, even before you become a JD, is that you can be a resource for it. So think about it as that way, and it can do a lot of the AI, what I say, all the tedious work can get out of the way. And then you, as an intelligent human being, Morgan, can basically supervise it and add your intelligence to it, not just accept it as is and be critical of it, but actually use it. I don't think there's going to be, in a few years, any attorney that's going to be competitive if they don't use it. They're going to be at a loss, but at least maybe and in some tasks, maybe we won't even need an attorney to do that, right? A lot of the forms and things, all my trusts and things like that, but you can add value. You have to figure out how you can add value to it, or even make instructions. Okay, so that is the key here. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm recording now. Let me share my screen. Let me bring up my browser. We can see here, everybody looking here. And even what you can see here, Morgan, when we're talking about it, is that on YouTube, your name covers your entire face. So it's good even to adjust your camera a little bit, right, Morgan? That it's a little bit higher up, right, that you can see your chin. Yeah, perfect. Something like that. Figure it out. You understand? That everybody can see you. And also, why I like when you're doing any recording, I like you record the screen but also show your face. Why, Morgan? Because it's going to be authentic. It gives me that there's the brand of Morgan, right? She's there, but she's basically giving me a tutorial of what the screen is. Just seeing you the whole time is not going to be as effective when we're doing tutorials. You're not just giving a full lecture, but you want to see exactly step by step what you're doing. So that's why Daniel added to that additional steps is think about it as a tutorial. You want to share your screen, just not be speaking the entire time. We'll do attendance afterwards, and just, that the Zoom meetings, people were asking me, oh, Dr. Rush, I was sick or whatever. Please record. I record all the times, and that's in the cloud recordings that you can review anytime on your own. We always talk about what's due. So let's talk about what's due. Today, before the class, it was the audit assignments. It was the reading of hardware. It was the adaptive assignments. It was the quizzes. It was the idea that I wanted you to look at DeepSeek that just came out, that you can see here in that being explained, how that hit the market and what impact it definitely had. The last time we met had a tremendous effect in the market, but we'll see how this will pan out. Okay, so what do we have? We have a new assignment. We have due a week from today. Before class, we have an audit assignment of Advanced Digital Communication Skills Group. And anytime I see audit, then Morgan, it tells me where do I upload it to? Morgan, when it says audit assignments, you see there where it says audit assignments?
Yeah, then in your group, is it in your group?
Yeah, in the audit area in your group.
Yeah.
If it doesn't say that, then it's going to be in this section, you'll just be taking it, like the readings, the adaptive assignments, and the quizzes. But anytime you see audit assignments, you'll get the instructions here, but you will upload. People were asking me that too. Where do I upload, right? So I'm just making sure, for some of you it is obvious. For others, it isn't. For Daniel and I, it seemed like it was obvious, right, Daniel, that where it is, but I just want to emphasize it. So I see in the what's due section, so I see here in the Wiley and reading, you see that I had the hardware section of the hardware adaptive assignments that was due today. And I'm getting my view, which is in the instructor, and I don't know why it tells me that 12 people haven't even started that. I know that these people have registered for it. Why they haven't done it is beyond me. But I know that these are the section, and if I wanted to see this, I have a role as instructor, so I have permission, and it's part of my duty is to see the class and to see what the class has done. And I can see then that Haley and Alex and Sabrina and all have done it completely. Why some other people have not done it, maybe they're not in this class, they've changed classes. I think some of them may have changed classes. I think that Jasper and is Asher here? I think some of these. So later on, we may want to check on those to see why they haven't started. Maybe they switched classes, or maybe they even just dropped out. But you can see that that is an area in which I have. And you can see that in Wiley and Adaptive, that's on hardware. For software, it's due next week. And again, the adaptive assignment. You can do the software issues, and you can see where the adaptive assignments are. And then the PowerPoints we talked about before. Now in our other section, if I go to another tab, and I go to courses, you can see that I have under my courses, I have two sections of each course. I have my regular section of J, and I have my regular section of J Audit. If by chance you do not have that or cannot find it, please in the chat put that into the groups. And if I see here under the assignment, you always can see in the group 0, these are Daniel, who's my lead teaching instructor and teaching assistant, and then Sebastian, who is my teaching assistant. And luckily for this section, you have Daniel that you get to know here, who's also manning the group. And under group 0, you always get to see that what you should have for the day. So this was our Zoom individual assignment. You saw that where you had Sebastian with all of his individual assignments. And then if we go back to the assignment group, under group 0, this is your new Zoom group assignment that's due for next Wednesday. So each group, you could even do this now while you're sitting here, is make a folder, create a folder called Zoom group assignment. And within Zoom group assignment, you will see that everyone in the group will be doing this together. In this assignment, you should read the assignment first, be familiar on how to do all of the activities, and then meet with the group, decide with the group how to do all the activities, and then do the Zoom cloud recording. And one person in the group will invite others in the group to their Zoom session. You will then do a YouTube live streaming. Use then the person that sets up the invitation, use that person's live streaming link. Put in the team members, put who was present in your recording. Not who is, there may be certain people in your group that never show did not show up for the recording. Make sure these team members present are the ones that were there. Then put showcase what you showcased. And in this case, you can see what you'll be doing in this one. You'll be doing co-host promotion, breakout rooms, polls, chat, live transcription, the AI comparison summary. Do we do spotlighting, Daniel?
Yeah, it is there.
Does it say it there?
Not in the showcase, but it is in the assignment.
Okay, add that to the showcase, if you can be so kind. And doing the spotlighting, remote control, and also put a note of showcasing what each of these did. You know, just in short lines, even though they didn't do it, put in show what it is, what was the advantage of co-hosting. You can even put it in here, maybe in the takeaways. Zoom had a lot of features besides those of what were the advantages. What's the advantage of a co-host? What's the advantage of breakout? What was basically the takeaways from polls, spotlighting, chat, remote control. So if I even think about it, Heidi, remote control sounds like what? That I can control remotely someone else's computer. So Heidi, if you had somebody that had an issue, you could go actually into their computer and help them. That's really nice, isn't that? Where they could be in your group, and then of course live streaming to YouTube. And then if you can be so kind, Dana, I don't have to tell you, put that in both of in the other sections as well, that spotlighting. You know what I mean? And in this way. So in the takeaways, maybe even put in parentheses, you know, describing each of the tasks and the challenges and solutions of what you found. So everybody understand that? So I can see that as a part. So if I go under assignments, for instance, this should be everybody's. In this case, I have group 1 under Zoom individual assignment. You can see I have Jared. Jared, are you here?
Yep.
Good. Jared, so you have the MP4, and what does MP4 mean, Jared, when you look at it?
It's the local recording.
It's a local recording, great, with the file format of MP4, right? And it's locally. Where was it stored, Jared?
On my computer.
On your computer, right? So it's stored on your computer, on your hard drive in your computer that you were able to upload. So you have that. You have the cloud recording. So if I wanted, I could look in a new tab. I could then look at your video conferencing. I should be able to do that, and make sure when you're doing it that what I would suggest, Jared, is when you're going to be doing things is make sure that other people in your group click on your links. Because, Jared, sometimes it'll work on your computer, let's say for your local recording, and by chance it's working just because it's on your computer. So sometimes it's a good idea. That's the beauty of having it, is having it. Now, did you share your screens?
Yes.
Good. So that's important that you went through and you shared your screen. And what I like about this, Jared, for everyone, is that we see your face in the corner throughout the recordings. Why, Jared, you think?
I don't know. I think it's pretty nice and it makes it more personalized.
Right, and it gives it your brand. I know that if I'm going to look for somebody to help me, Jared, what's your major?
Real estate.
Real estate. If I need somebody in real estate that really knows AI, knows technology, hey, I can count on Jared to help me, right? As a matter of fact, I sent out a list of, there's now some AI real estate platforms we'll look at. You know what I mean? So I already know that Jared is there. There is the guy that I can go to, and it's authentic, that it's not just some AI agent there. I have a face there. And then you have the YouTube, you'll have it. So this is what I would do. So you can even, this is even great, right? That most people don't even know that this is that API where I have Zoom. I'm within Zoom, right, Jared? And I'm going to stream to YouTube. I don't have to go out. I don't have to record it and then upload to Zoom, right? and upload to YouTube. It's already done for me. So what you're doing is trying, and then if they're realtors, right, having open houses, right, they could have an open house online showing it to a real customer, and then also having it online that we'd have international people, right, want to invest in Miami, right? Don't they want to invest in Miami in the real estate? So you can show them, and you can even make a platform that'll be easy to invest anywhere from the world. You'll take care of the mortgages. They'll filling it out all digitally, and part of the AI agent. You don't want to be there 24/7. So part of your AI agent could be asking questions, and if they can't, hold on, let me get to Jared and his group to answer that. We'll be back with you, you know? So, and then you could do translations, right? You don't maybe know 30 different languages, right? But in this case, right, you could have the AI start translating, right? Whatever language it was. So this is great. Everybody see that he captured that Zoom to YouTube, that we can have it. So you see here of setting it up, and then hopefully that we just don't see that the whole time. I would even, in this case, I think it's even a little bit too much, still having your face there. You agree with me, Jared?
Yes, I do.
And maybe cutting down. So what I would do, and how long is this? It's like 350, yeah. So in this part, I don't see enough screen sharing. Because what I want, even though you're a good-looking guy, right, and we got enough of Jared, what we want to see, no offense, but what we want to see is how to actually do a tutorial, right? I want to see all the screens. So what I would do is I would redo this and make it more the screenshots, and it's good enough for me to have maybe one full screen of maybe 5 seconds, right? I don't need to have all of this and get into already screen sharing. So, because look at this, I have already over a minute, right? Until I get it, I have a minute of you. Yep. You know what I mean? You agree with me?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, so, and that's what we want to think about too, is even when we do the assignments, it's what we call agile development. Let me just put that in. Agile development, when you're going to be working with people, is you're going to be doing tasks, and you're going to be flexible enough that you're going to keep on improving. Continuous improvement. You got that? So I have that.
Set a password.
Yeah.
An expiration date for added security.
Yeah, right. And the password, all that password added security. Show the Zoom, show all the settings. People don't know. Yeah. Did you know those settings before this class?
Before this class, no.
Right. So show it, right? Most people don't know that I can a password without it or within it, that I have to turn on the streaming, that some things that the administrator doesn't allow me to do all the AI attributes that even Zoom gives for free, there. I have a paid version that you're using that can allow us to live stream. So I'd like to see all the Zoom settings. Show that to me. Not your bedroom. You understand? Even though it looks nice, wherever you're living, right? Maybe you could use that. You could tour around if you wanted to sell that apartment. That'll be another one that you can do the YouTube. Hear this. If you give me a good price, I'll sell you even this. Where is this? So wherever it is, if it's on Brickle or whatever, right? That you can show your the view to the pool, right? Show me that you're flushing the toilets, that I can flush the toilets and turn on the sink at the same time, right? Whatever. So these are areas. So if I go back to it, so I have Jared here. He's showcased how to enable discussion, difference between local using streams, the challenges. I had my settings with Zoom that I need to redo the multiple. Okay, I had the wrong setting. So what'd be good is to show what were the wrong settings. So if you showed those screen settings, this is what I had. These sometimes are even more valuable. This is what I had before, those settings, and now I have to change it. I realize I have to change. Rather than being vague, I had settings wrong. What were the wrong settings? And if you have those screenshots, then it's easy to go back and write that. Everybody with me? And in this case, put your full name. So Incia, how do you pronounce your first name?
Yes, it's Incia.
Okay, put your last name, right? Okay. We're not cocktail waitresses here, right? We want to have, we want to have our full name of individual assignment. That's good. And then you have the local one. And then in Insignia, too, everywhere here, not your first name, first, last, right? Okay. And then you want to make it a professional, right? And it's the same thing. So if I look at it, you guys can look at it as well, right? It's great for the first time, almost as rehearsal. I'm just showing you that in the way that we have, right? Very nice costume and same thing. So where do I see the screen sharing? Do you screen share at all?
Yes, I do.
But you see already, right? So we see already, just like Jared here. We didn't know, but it's like rehearsal. Like first time, right? You know how many times they rehearse in a commercial? I've been in commercials where it's a full day in commercials till they get take one, take two. But now with AI, we can create a whole AI. We can take an image of you and see, right, to do it. So look at here. I'm in 2 minutes and 21, right? So the same idea. So we can do it. So if I go, yes.
You want to look for great examples?
Yeah.
Presley Case and Isa Rodriguez in group 5.
Okay, great. So we'll do a shout out. And not that these are good, but not as good as they could be. You understand what I'm saying? These are good, but not as good as they could be. And that's what we wanted, that people can actually, that you can basically get hits to your YouTube. If we're going to do it, you can take this, Jared, right? And you can say, hey, what have I done? No offense, but nobody cares what you're going to do on this exam. If you get 80, 90, 100, what are you going to do? Show them a multiple choice exam? Who's going to be impressed in real estate with that? But hey, I can make you a brand, right, in real estate. I can have you show off your open house, not just to one person sitting there as a realtor, but to the whole world, right? And then we can have it, and we can do AI to answer the phone in with the chats. So we can do it multiple times here. And if I go to assignment, which group?
Group 5.
Group 5. So. Okay.
I'm sure there's others.
Yeah, I'm sure, but we're just picking them out. And this is random. And if everybody did their work, that's fine. And we don't want to be, don't take me wrong, Jared and Isa. You understand? You take my, we're going to always have feedback all the time. That's part of the class, is what are we trying to do? Continuously improve. Take a stab at it, continuously improve. So in this case, what we're saying, Presley and Isa, okay. So in Presley and Isa, it doesn't matter. I have her YouTube, right? I have her individual. I have her YouTube. Let's just even watch her just for the sake of it, we'll do her YouTube, see how she has it. First of all, she was able to stream, right? And then she's showing that, which is great. Perfect. And then she even went on the assignment here and trying to show, what was she trying to show? Great. And then this is what I love. You see how she went through this? You see this, Jared? That's exactly what you were doing, right? But isn't that good that she was doing the meetings on this, right? So you're allowing people, see how the settings, fantastic. Recording, nobody's born with this, but where the heck is that? Nobody knows that, right? And in terms of Presley, did you know this beforehand, that you were able to do this? Presley.
Did I already have it?
Before this class, did you know how to do this?
Oh, no, definitely
not.
not.
Right. So you understand?
Yeah.
So, and just think to yourself, now you're thinking about no big deal, right? But how many people in the world don't know this? Right?
Yeah, definitely.
That you can share. It's super helpful that you can share and you can show what's the purpose. The whole idea is not only talking about what I can do, but how could I use it? Just like how Jared could do it in real estate, show people, hey, you can, now, did you know that if you do now Jared could say to people, guess what? it's worth buying a subscription of Zoom rather than the free version, because you can now live stream. That now you have reasons why to be able to do that, or record to the cloud, or you can give those recordings to the cloud, which you can't do, or so these are kind of things, or you have more permissions to that. Why not take advantage of the university paying for this, and that you can share that with others? So I just wanted to make sure. And what was the other one? Isa?
Yeah, same group Isa.
Right, so it's the same group with Isa. We can even look at, what was this, Isa? This is going to be open in a new tab, so you want to make sure with everybody in your group that you can see that this is, right?
Okay, so today we're going to discuss how local
what?
recording. Okay, so local record only.
So is this screen sharing?
On your personal computer that you have.
Oh, this is your first one. So you may even want.
Yeah, that's the local recording.
Okay, so you may even want an Isa to see if you can even put some screenshots on that, screen recording. I don't know, you know what I mean? Since it was short, but that's nice. You have a feeling for it. But it's, you know what else I would, and the same thing, you can make it as, we can open this in a new tab. Let's see. You want to see, okay. So I'm just picking out places, okay. So what do you see already here? Good. Fantastic. You see that, Isa? How everybody can then share with this. So it'd be good even in your first one. I didn't listen to it in depth. You may even think about redoing the first one, since this is, your first one, and giving some more screenshots of what you're talking about in cloud recording, or what were the issues. Very good. Everybody got it? So what I wanted to emphasize to you under the assignment groups is that you can see then that if I look at Zoom, this is group 2, right? I have the cloud, the YouTube, good, and Ethan I have, and then Adam, right, that you do it. We can even do it. We can do it like that, or we can do it showcase, open up, and say how to verify yourself. Good, Adam. And then you can even look at that. Adam introduced the tool tracks, and so he explained that after Zoom recording ends an email. So you can look back on it to see here. Patel, you see how he's missing now the YouTube, the biggest issue. He was talking about YouTube. So he needs to go back and do it. So let me stop sharing. So what I'm going to be doing, since this is our first kind of in-depth assignment, I am going to have you be able to take your recordings and improve it. So I am going to extend the deadline, Sabrina, from today till Monday before class. And I want, even though those of you that you think that you did a good job, is to go back and say, how can I have improved it? So for instance, like Isa, maybe your Zoom in the cloud is but go back maybe and do that 1 minute one and try to share more screens. You understand that? Or try to make, go ahead, Isa.
I'm confused on the local recording, because under the instructions it didn't say to show anything. You just had to show for the cloud and the YouTube and the steps.
Yeah.
So I'm confused.
So if you can improve it, I would. So what did you talk about in the local recording?
In the local recording, I think under the rubric it just said to explain like the MP4 and how it's saved on your computer, and then where you can access it, and then.
So try to show what I would add, to just add a beat. You've done what it said, but what I would do is see if it would help if somebody was listening to that recording, if you shared your screen.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Just show, like, click local.
Seeing locally, see where it saves to your local drive, see the name that it how did you name that drive? So people can actually get a feel for it rather than just a talking head. You know what I mean? Even though the example didn't ask you to share your screen until you did the Zoom recording, I think that would add an addition. Why not add that where people can take it and have it? Otherwise, it's a great job. So does everybody, so if you can put a note there, Daniel, that we've extended the, for assignment 1, we've extended it to before class on Monday.
Should I announce it?
Yeah, put an announcement on it too. Yeah, put an announcement on it that we've made an extension, and those that have done it already, see if there's any improvements they can make in it seems to be in sharing their screen more often, cutting it down with the chat and doing more, making it more as a tutorial, but also make sure that they show their face, which everybody so far did. And those that had issues with YouTube can now put in that link, and then you could do that. But let me just make sure that I share one more thing here. Is this on the what's due, right? You should make sure, even before we end the class, is make yourself a folder, meet with your fellow students, because all of you have to do the next assignment together as a group. And in terms of that assignment, look at audit assignment instructions, and you will see assignment 2, you will see it here. And you will see this assignment will have you come familiar with then those communication skills, and it's designed to introduce cloud restoring and those advanced settings. So set up the school account, and you have the spotlighting here, right? Right, spotlight, right? Team members, what's the use of spotlighting? Create the polls, and then basically on polls, who can take the polls, who cannot take the polls, submission, and you also have remote here too, I imagine, right? Is remote in here? Remote control?
Yeah, it's something.
Why don't I see it? What number is it? Do you see it, Daniel?
I believe it's down.
Promote. Oh yeah, remote control, right? And actually discuss and actually use it, rather than saying, hey, I do remote control. Actually take someone's computer and use the remote control to and show a demonstration of it. So all of these demonstrations, actually create a poll, create a useful poll, not just a stupid question, but something maybe on a Zoom or something like that on the poll, you know, and access the share and go through those. And then you submit, just as you show here, in the group folder. So make sure, right, it says there's, click on groups, and it should be submitted as a second folder. Zoom group assignment. Okay? Questions? Questions? Is that clear, Tessa?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So that's what I want to do is, one is to improve what you have for Monday, for next Wednesday, but already even what I would do is try to get your group to be finished on Monday as well. So this way, when we could even take a look at it and see where the improvements can make, right? That, you know, sometimes in the first round you have issues, and then get it out of the way. So that should be done. The other part, share, let me share here, is one of the things that we want to think about is the central processing unit, where we talk about the head of the computer. So in this chapter, for chapter 1, when I talk about hardware, basically they're talking about major hardware components of the computer system. What we end up having, and this is from our PowerPoints, what we end up having is this is really key for AI, where it was important before, but really now that whole idea of deep sync, you remember that we talked about that? I said deep sync last time. Deep sync, the whole idea is what? They were able to use hardware components that were less powerful and maybe doing the same things. That's why the market kind of blew up as it did. And we want to think about this hardware design, how it relates to our business strategy. So people basically, why do you think then NVIDIA went down? Is people said, hey, maybe if I'm going to be doing a new chatbot on our own for our organization, maybe we don't need to be using something like OpenAI or NVIDIA. We can use something like that DeepSync, and we'll pay 50 times less. Maybe that's the case. And then we talk about different types of input and output for it. So you want to make sure that when we talk about it is not only strategically why we want to do it, and these are the keys in which you need to know about. We need to know about central processing unit, which is called, for an acronym, what? In this case, ISA, CPU, right? But there's also something called a GPU, and there's also something called an MPU. So if I think about it, so what would I tell everybody? If I said GPU, what would I have to do? Is other classes say, I don't want you to use your phone, I don't want you to use your computer, I just want you to sit there and just listen to me. For me, I'm saying what? That I want you to do that. So one of the first things is I have to figure out what is that GPU is an acronym, and what does it stand for, and what do we have to do? ISA is what? What do I allow you to do?
Wait, I'm confused on what you're asking me, sorry.
What can you do? I'm asking you to look it up. What does GPU stand for?
Oh, graphics processing unit?
Exactly. Graphics processing unit. And what is NPU? Did you find that? Find that for me.
Yeah, neutral processing unit.
Neutral or neural?
Sorry, neural.
Right, not neutral, right? Neural processing unit. And besides the name, what do I want to know? It's always I want to know what is it and what else? Who cares and what business application it is. So on the graphics processing unit, what did you find? Did you find a definition or anything? What does it say?
Sorry, are you asking about the GPU?
No, I'm asking about GPU.
Okay. It just processes the graphics for the computer,
right,
like to show an image on the screen.
Okay, good. So if I went to NVIDIA, have you heard of that company?
Yes.
And that made a whole big thing. If I just type NVIDIA here, look, I get, what does it say? It says the world leader in artificial intelligence, right? And it says multi thing, and it says what? NVIDIA invents what? The what? GPU and drives. Advances in what? AI. So if I look at this, right, here are the latest from NVIDIA graphics cards, it looks like, right? And all of a sudden, it talks about deep sync, panic, live updates, and NVIDIA stock drops, right? Fund manager who predicted NVIDIA sell-off, why DeepSeek's project may actually be good news for AI chip makers. And basically, if I go to NVIDIA.com, what's next in AI? Maybe we should go, right? But one of the things is we don't have to go. We can basically advancing genomics, drug discovery, healthcare. So I need all these computations to be able to do all these fantastic healthcare and get insights on the adoptions, AI supercomputer on your desk. Look, all the hardware, Project Digits, the World Foundation, Accelerate Physical AI. All of this is done with what? Graphics, processing, and what? And neural processing units. And then the hardware also consists of primary storage and secondary storage. So what I want to be able to know is when I'm looking at any of this, I want to be able to know what is the importance of these. For instance, CPU, the central processing unit, that it's microprocessor, it has a control unit, it has what we call an arithmetic logic unit called the ALU. There's so many acronyms, right, that I need to know. So I have an arithmetic logic unit. Logic means what? If I think about it, Presley, arithmetic we know, right? Adding and subtracting, right? Logic means what? You have any clue?
Just like what logic means.
Here.
Oh. Can I look it up?
You sure can. That's the beauty, right? Just to say nonsense we don't want to hear, right? If you weren't fine with it, right? We want to end. Yes. When I ask you, Presley, of course everybody else should be looking it up too, right? And then we'll try to figure out, does it mean any sense to us, right? Then we want to say, we found the definition, who cares? But rather, how's that going to affect? So what did you find? The logic means what?
It says logic operations on the operands.
Okay, logic operations. So if I say 5 is less than 6, is that true or false? Presley, this is a hard one.
Is 5 less than 6?
Yes. True or
that
false?
True.
True. That's what logic is. That's what logic is. You're laughing about it, but logic is a true or false. So what it does is not only doing arithmetic, but it's able, when it wants to sort the computer, how does it sort in numbers? It checks to see if one number is greater than another, or not one number is equal to another, or not one number is greater, less than, or equal. That's logic here. So that's part of the logic unit of how it works and its design, right? But when we're thinking about it, inputs into the CPU are from what we call random access memory, and that's the key. And the definition is RAM is very important for us. So if I look at this graphic, you see I have arrows, Presley, that go in different ways, and I have something called primary storage. Another word you can put when we think about primary storage and main memory, another way we can think about it is almost like RAM, random access memory. So when I'm thinking about it, I think about, let me just put this here. When I think about RAM, many times it stands for random access memory. And many times you can think about is sometimes it's called just memory. And what happens? I'm right now, Presley, you're on a roll. Right now I'm in PowerPoint, right? PowerPoint, this version of PowerPoint resides on my hard drive, which is called secondary storage. In this way, put in your notes here, secondary storage, a way you can think about secondary storage is think about like your hard drive. You know what your hard drive is, right, Presley? When I have a version of PowerPoint on my hard drive, when I want to use PowerPoint, a copy of PowerPoint gets loaded into primary storage or main memory or RAM. So I'm right now using RAM, which is faster than my secondary storage. And when I'm using this PowerPoint, it's much faster than not. But my primary storage, my RAM, is what I call volatile. And volatile means that if I shut off my computer and my work hasn't been saved, I lose all my additions. So for instance, this notepad here, if I don't save the latest versions and it doesn't have automatically saving, I will lose my additions that I made. That's called volatile. In other words, that part of main memory, many times you will hear, how much RAM do I have in my computer? In order for my programs to run quicker and more powerful, I need more RAM. I need more of those memory chips, and I need more of those processors, and that's why we're thinking about it in terms of AI. When we're doing so much processing, I need more computing power. Notice when I save it goes two ways, but I also have in my primary storage, you see I can go to my communication device, I can go to my output, I have a control unit, an arithmetic logic, I have registers, and guess what, Presley? If you're not familiar with it, you have it in your readings, and guess what? You can look those up as definitions, right? But if I look at any of my processes, you can see then my main memory or storage is then from there it does the processing and then goes back to my main storage. So those advances in my chip design is they have what they call memory capacity or computer memory. And what I want for next time for each of you to see is bring to class, make sure you find it, is RAM, how much do you have in your computer? And in secondary storage, how big is your secondary storage? And you ask yourself, who cares is in RAM? If we're going to have powerful programs that we're going to be using in a lot of calculations, the more RAM you have in your computer, the better. And that's why in the cloud, a lot of times people say, hey, instead of putting that RAM on my physical hard drive, I'll be allocating more computer capabilities in the cloud. Have someone else have that. So you want to be able to do this for the next time. And then you have what they call computer memory. Within that computer memory, you have a hierarchy. And the hierarchy is that the computer really, in the way that we're doing computing now, later on in quantum computing, works differently. But in the traditional computing, the lowest version is what they call a bit. It's like an on and off switch. It's a 0 or a 1. A byte is a character. So if I looked at your name, Presley, in this case, I can see that it has 7 bytes, Presley. Every character is what they call a byte. And then we have kilobytes, gigabytes, and then you can think about now in terms of computer memory, what I'm going to need for AI is much more of that computer memory doing this. But the idea of computer memory or that primary storage, aka main memory, it's really broken down primary storage to part of it called random access memory, RAM, which is volatile, and read-only memory that is non-volatile. This read-only memory is by the manufacturer. The manufacturer puts some code in there so your operating system can work in your computer. So that is going to be by the manufacturer. Your random access memory is the programs that you use. And you have random access memory in your phone. You have random access in other ones. So these are the points in which you need to think about your memory. And what we'll do later on is one of the assignments then, Presley, is use some of the software, AI software, to put a lot of our PowerPoints, to put a lot of our materials there, the review sheets, and let it come up with a table of contents and a study guide for all our materials. What do you think about that, Presley? Let the computer help us get through all of this, right? And summarize and help us. Why not? That's what I say, you know. And then we can see whether it's correct. We can make those appointments. We can make those issues and add to our strength. But I see it as this AI is not doom and gloom, but rather has a lot more advantages, you know, for business, for healthcare, for legal, for a lot of things to help us with the tedious type of work and personalize the way that you learn. Some of you have even sent me accommodation letters that you want to be able to record your classes, not only record, but have it use AI to do a lot of the summaries for a lot of us on how we work. Okay, so Presley, is this clear then? What we have for the assignments and where we're going with it? I appreciate your work, you know, and all of your, and Issa too, I appreciate. And we're looking all the time for ways to do what I call in continuous improvement. If you want to leave what you've done before, but I go back, right, Jared, and make it the best you can. Reuse it, right? That's the start of Jared, you know, the AI guru. You know what I mean, for real estate. You know what I mean? That you have a brand. There's enough realtors in the world, right? How are you any different than every other, you know, realtor? And, you know, anybody that comes to the country, what's the first thing? Oh, I'll sell to the Brazilians. I'll sell to, you know, Colombians. I'll sell, you know, everybody can be kind of real estate. But, hey, how can I work it out that you can teach other realtors, you know, in the business community? That's how I see it at a different stage, because part of it is going to be, you know, all the forms that you have to do. Let the AI do that. We don't have to waste it. Any other questions? Daniel, words of wisdom.
No, I mean, that chapter is very important on the exams and everything, so make sure you guys review it.
Yeah, and get other tools to do it. And we'll do, maybe we'll end up doing the Google, you know, notebook, and students can find other ways to summarize it as well, that we'll go through it. But I just wanted to emphasize. And next week will be software, and everybody who has that extension for that one work. I'd like every group to kind of take a stab at it for Monday too, you know, the next summer, but it'll be due for Wednesday. That way we don't have to wait, you know, to do it. Any questions? So let's do attendance. I'll stay with people, turn off my recordings, answer any personal questions people have. I was impressed by people taking the first stab at it, right? That we can do it.
Oh, the other tidbit is there's notes in the PowerPoint, and those notes are very important as well. It's not just the content on the slides.
Yeah, perfect. And it's included in it, right? So they can do that. Great tips. Tips and tricks from Daniel. TM it. That we do. Okay, so we can do check-in. Start the check-in. 2538. So put that in. Once you put that in, you're welcome to, we're ending the class formally. Stay with me if you have extra questions that we want to pursue with this. Otherwise, we'll see you next week already, huh? Monday, right? It'll be in February already, huh, Daniel? Where did January go for me? It goes by. January just flipped by.
Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Let me stop sharing. You put that in the chat, 2538, Daniel. Be so kind. And we'll see what we got here. Let me stop recording. YouTube, let me stop that. Did you stop the other recording? Or did I?
Yeah, I did.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Question.
What was the code again, sir?
It's in the chat.
2538. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Sabrina, what's up?
I just wanted to let you know, Presley just texted me that her computer shut down, so she couldn't do the attendance, but she was here like.
Okay, so thank you so much. Daniel will take care of it. Thank you, Daniel, so much.
Bye.
Thank you, Sabrina, for helping each other. Okay, Tessa, how can we help you?
Hi. So like as I emailed you, I was having like all sorts of issues with my computer, and I appreciate the extension because now I figured it out. I use my roommate's computer. I have this whole thing with like I'm using my mom's laptop. Like she gave me her old one, and she set up like an administrative password, on everything, and of course she doesn't know it. So I can't like download anything, update anything. So like for the Zoom like recording, that's like an update needed. So like I couldn't record, like I just couldn't do anything. Basically.
So what are you gonna do? So how are you gonna solve the problem?
I'm working on it. I called Apple. I went to tech here. They're just like, we don't know.
Yeah.
But I figured like I guess when I was doing it on an actual Zoom the whole time, and then I realized that you do it on like the zoom.miami.edu. I don't know why I was like thinking that. But when I do it on like zoom.miami.edu, I'm allowed to do everything the updated version, I guess, which is weird. But it doesn't let me record locally. It only lets me record to the cloud, and I was wondering if you knew why it did that.
Well, it may be because you don't have, because of that administrative opinion. It doesn't let you, it doesn't let you save maybe how your computer is. So you need to either get that resolved or get your mom to get you a new computer, even though she had good intentions of giving you her. You know what I mean? Because this is going to be a problem for because and I tell you, there's an issue. I had that too on the computers that the university gives me. I have a brand new computer laptop they gave me, but they have such strict administrative rights that they don't let me download anything. So I had to go to security just because of my position with being an advisor to IT here. They gave me permission that I can only download things. I have to ask, and I only have like 20 minutes or 25 minutes to download anything. I know, but that's the problem with a lot of organizations then. You know, they make it so secure that you can't do your work properly. So so there's a lot of things that now, for instance, I'm just using my older computer just because I don't want the hassles all the time. You know, it defeats the purpose, but I'm using an older computer which is the university's, but they didn't put as strict requirements on it. You know, so
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like an easy fix.
No, but it may be. I'm just guessing. You know what I mean?
From the library computers.
Yeah, you can use any computers. You know, because all you have to do is you have to just authenticate yourself. Just bring your phone, and you can use the library's computers and do a lot of the work. You know, but you need to have a camera.
Yeah.
And you need to have cameras. I don't know what they have in the library. Do they? Okay.
Okay.
So
most of them do.
Yeah, or even maybe. Do you have a roommate?
Yeah, I've been using hers, but yeah, she's like a pre-med major. She's always on her computer. So
yeah, right. It's good that she's pre-med, that she studies all the time. But you know what I mean? And sometimes you need to get something done. You can't use her. But go to the library, like Daniel said. And then even if you're pursuing this, what year are you?
I'm a freshman.
So you're going to be doing it. So have your folks, gather up some money and get you a computer.
And then restart it, but that seems like a pain.
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you say? Oh, wipe it? Oh, maybe.
Re-download it.
I feel bad asking my parents for a new computer, so maybe
but just like the same computer, but you'd have to start fresh.
Yeah, but then you have to put all the but it may even just be easier to tell them that those are the issues, and you're just a freshman. What's your major?
Yeah. Finance.
Right. So you're going to be doing this all the time. You know what I mean? It's not like you're not using paper and pencil.
Yeah, it's been an issue all year. I've just been.
Yeah, right. And think about how much time you've wasted on that, and how much stress it's caused you. You know, you're a good student. You want to do well. You're not just one of the slackers in the class. You know what I mean? That just wants to get by, and you want to excel. So I would discuss it with them. You're not asking, oh, I want a new outfit, to go to the, Miami Beach. You know what I mean? I need a new car. But this is you know what I'm saying?
That all school related.
What? It's school related that they need to. They don't have to spend millions, but you just need a decent computer that you can do your work, that you can work anytime. They have the convenience. So I would impress them on it. Listen, I'm taking a computer class. We're doing AI. We're doing a lot of interesting things, and I'm behind because I have to mess with this. And I'd make a case for yourself. You know what I mean? It's not if you were telling me, I need new shoes. I need to go on a cruise.
Yeah, nothing like that.
You know what I mean?
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And good that we have the extension for, that's what I'm saying. People have found issues. Okay?
Yes. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Ciao, ciao. Okay. So that's it. So that's my spiel with them. You know what I mean? So hopefully, the only thing I'm thinking about, what I told Sebastian, is because they didn't work in groups, none of them check with their groups. What I was telling Sebastian is we should tell them that when they can't figure something out, their first line of defense should be going to their group. When their group can't figure it out and others can't figure out, then they should go to the teaching assistants. But you shouldn't be the first. What?
We're getting a lot of emails.
I know, and it's nonsense. Most of it is nonsense emails. You know what I mean? In my opinion. Yeah. I didn't do the YouTube, right? And all of a sudden I have to do it. Or I don't know how I'm supposed to upload. I can't, things that they're just not, more than you're even more critical than I am. So you understand? So I want to somehow emphasize that, and that you should emphasize that too. When you're getting questions like that, now the new process is check first with I'll emphasize that to the class. You know what I mean? Check that the group should be your first line of resource. There should be somebody in your group that can figure it, you know what I mean? And then come up with your questions, that you'd be happy to do, but not this, yesterday was ridiculous. I had so many,
Oh man, I had more than you probably.
Yeah, I know. Because I feel
I had at least 15 emails.
I know. And then I got stuff, some that just came out of the corner. You know what I mean? Out of the woodwork. That, I wasn't in class and last.
I'm sure it'll die down over
what?
Time as well. I'm sure it'll die down.
Yeah, right. But I'm just saying that they now have those group, that I like that the next section has to be with their group. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just felt.
And I was just answering questions the whole time in that Zoom.
Yeah. And what type of questions?
Question like what kind of assignments will there be?
Okay, in the future.
Someone was asking how do the exams work?
Yeah, right. Well, but that stuff, yeah. But anyway. So.
It's good that they're asking, I suppose. At least they're thinking about it.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. They want to pass. Yeah. I'm feeling under the weather. You know what I mean? But there has to be something that, and then later that it's not like before. And just tell them that, I can't meet at 9:30. That's ridiculous. You know what I mean? If he can't make have him see if he can make it on Monday at that time. Next Monday.
That's what I.
Yeah, and if he comes back with it, because last time he didn't even show up. Or so whatever it is, we'll be happy to meet with him, but in normal time. Okay. All right. So enjoy. So I won't see you later on, but we'll. I don't think if there is anything, text me, and if there's something I need to do, I think we're set for Monday, anyways.
Yeah, screencasting assignment is for Wednesday, right?
Right. Screen.
Okay, so I'll have that.
Yeah, you'll have that for the screencasting, right? So we'll have the screencasting also. I just wanted them to meet with their groups and start doing something, that that they don't wait for the last minute on that one. But I think most of the groups will have they have at least one person that's done the
Yeah.
YouTube,
Now.
right?
Yeah, and of the assignments I've seen, most of them look pretty good.
Yeah. No, they've done it. You know what I mean? That's the main thing. You know, and maybe not perfect, but they at least now know the differences. You know, and that's it.
Yeah.
And then
they understand like the format of what is it, like an instructional video.
Yeah, right. That it'd be we can do that. Okay, great. So enjoy, take care. Hopefully everything will work out and enjoy. And I think it should die down the number of calls because I don't want it to be really. I call it TA abuse. You know what I mean? No, seriously. You know what I mean? That you're supposed to be, last minute. What are you supposed to do? They didn't do their YouTube, so what are you supposed to do? You know?
It's always last minute too. It's
Yeah.
the day before.
Day before, or day of, or I got some call that the guy said, "Oh, I didn't. My schedule was little. I haven't shown up to class."
Yeah.
Basically.
There is one student. He's in the hospital, right?
Which one?
Graham, in this class.
In the next class or this?
This one. He
Yeah.
hasn't shown up yet, but he has a valid.
Yeah, right. Well, and that's different. You know what I mean?
I'm working with him.
Yeah, so working with him. You know what I mean? That's different. But I'm just saying the slacker that all of a sudden, oh my goodness, that I want to make sure. Okay, talk to you later. Ciao, ciao. As normal, sometimes I'm a little curt, but you're used to it. You know what I mean? I know you're never, you know what I mean? That you know how much I appreciate you. You know what I mean?
I appreciate it as well.
You know what I mean? So, but I just want to let you know because one time when one of my TAs, I told you they put in the teaching evaluation that I was rude to the TA. You know what I mean? And not even that, but it was interesting. My intention was I'm just overly appreciative of my TAs. That it wasn't. Maybe it came across to some of the students that I was. You know what I mean? Because I'll just say, oh, Daniel put that in. I'll give you like. In the middle, I don't want to go into it, but you understand me. I think we understand each other, so that's good. Okay, and Sebastian's working out okay.
He's great, yeah. And Spencer is also ready to do the grading as well.
How great is and it puts a lot of pressure off of you. You know what I mean?
And I did the rubric, everything. I sent that to them.
Perfect. We're ready for it. And then we'll do the. And I just think it's good this way we get that off, that they have that one, but we won't be doing, when it's appropriate, we'll do it. I just thought of this eased a lot. Like her, you know what I mean? She has the computer, this, that. And we're giving slack to some of the others that they
I like that.
Yeah, makes sense. And it's Monday, not next Wednesday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, talk to you later. Ciao.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? Hi, Frank. What's going on?
Hi, how are you?
Okay, what's going on?
Nothing much. Made a little presentation for today if we have time.
Okay. We may have to do it on, we'll see how we go. We may have to do it on Monday, but did you post it or what did you do?
It's just like a slide, like a one slideshow thing called a thing I made up called a Tech Flash.
Uh-huh.
I can
Yeah, show it to me. Share your
I'll-
screen while we're doing it. Can you share your screen now?
Do you see it?
Yeah. It says Tech Class Weekly Roundup. Oh, that's cute.
And
That's
then
nice.
just like
Oh, nice.
yeah.
Let's start. Yeah, we can start off with that.
Cool.
Yeah, let's start off with it, and we can do it. You know what? Maybe we'll do it on.
Maybe we can start on next Monday or.
Yeah, you want to start on Monday, and do it like Mondays, maybe weekly roundup. Mondays weekly roundup.
Sure. Yeah, it just has 3 kind of categories.
Initially, it dropped. Great. Has round bounded 8%. Okay, inalienable lead. Great. AF futures. Great. Video generation. And then maybe you can even show. Have you used Sora?
I have. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. So maybe even like do a little demo. You know what I mean? Like a little, like a short, when this will be great? We're going to do screencasting too. We have another assignment, then we have another assignment on screencasting, so you could even show it there. Who got funded? I think it's great. And is that what you have? Is this is the one that you have? Yeah.
But
I love it.
Yeah, the Sora is pretty crazy.
Instead of BTE 210, go back to the slide.
Share again, or?
Yeah, share.
I used the Sora to ask if it could make a video of my dog eating a cheeseburger. I have a German Shepherd, and it did. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Well, it can do a lot of things. So you know what we can do next time is do more in the business for our business project. So go back to the first slide. So instead of BTE 210, I would take that off and maybe say something like TAs in training or something.
Okay, cool.
You know what I mean? That it would be rather than nobody, and then you can even like post. You can even while you do it, you can post it like to your YouTube channel. Nobody cares about BT 210. You know what it is, but assistants in training or TAs in training or something. And then you can see if other people want to join you being a TA in training. It's a way to encourage other people to join you. That you won't have to do it each time, even though you like to, as other people may want to participate in it.
I think that would be cool.
Yeah, so do that, and then let's do it. We'll see how we are in time, because I want to go over the assignment that was due today, and I also want to go over the assignment that is going to be doing for next week. And then I also want to just make sure that everybody understands kind of like the hardware, and I want to end. There's some students that had some issues in there. So let's do them on Mondays. Okay. And maybe even call them Monday, we can even add the Mondays, like
Monday Roundup.
Monday Roundup. I think that'd be what happened. You can get also what's happened in the weekend and so forth. I like that, Monday Roundups with teaching assistants in training or something like that. Or you can make up whatever name. But I don't like the BTE 210 because it sounds too...
Generic.
What?
It's a little generic.
First of all, nobody knows. Nobody cares. You know what I mean? And also we want to do projects that are for business. You know what I mean? It doesn't sound like, hey, this is a school project, but rather, hey, this is a professional project that we're, like almost AI weekly or something, or what's happening in tech, and then other people can add on to it, and making it rather than who cares what BTE 210 is? Nobody knows. Nobody knows and nobody cares. And we don't want to sound like, oh, this is just a school, a school homework assignment. Just like how I always tell everybody, nobody cares really what grade you're going to get on the test. When they want to work for you, right? What they care about is what you can bring to me. What can you bring to me? And that's what. Hey, I didn't know that. Oh, can you tell me? Hey, what does it really mean? Why did the market fall? You know what I mean? Or where do we go from here? Like you already said, the video went up 8%. You know what I mean? Is it being calmed down? Then people say, and I'm sure they're going to get better. It gets everybody on their, not resting on the laurels. You're not the only game in town. That's how it. And who ends up being? I've been in this business for a long time, because who ends up being in the part is they may not be the winners later on. So and that's the excitement of it. When you have competitiveness, it makes everybody better. Rather than you say, hey, I'm the smartest one in the pond here, I can just skid by.
Alibaba today, they came out and they actually said, we have a better model than DeepSeek, and that's actually one of the companies I was looking at.
Yeah, right. I'm sure they're doing it. And I'm sure, each one is going to brag, and it's basically what areas do you want to do? Because what I'm looking at is a lot on voice, the voice conversations, being able to do it. And, if you looked at DeepSeek, it's not doing voice yet, and what is it good at, and each one will have its almost particular sector that it will be good at. So it's into it that we can talk about. And that's what's exciting here, I like that. So this way you can refine it a little bit. It looks great. Take away the BTE 210. And you can come up with a way. You can even talk to Greta, maybe even other students want to. What I will have you do is maybe when we start the class, I'll introduce you and then tell the class what you want to do, and see if other people want to join you in researching it,
Okay.
And then later on, you may want to meet for your group project. You may want to even have something like that incorporated in your project as well, because that's what people want. Keep me up to date with this. It's just not one person can be kept up to date. AI can help us keep up to date, but then you need the human intelligence too, to see what is going to be relevant for us, and who's it going to be relevant for. So that's the exciting part with it. So good, I like it. So we'll have you introduce it in the beginning, Frank,
Okay.
and then you'll say that on you'll do with others, and if Greta wants to join you and with others want to join you, we'll do weekly updates. And then if it's interesting, then we'll add the others, and as I said before, we'll have guest speakers come in from around the world also, giving us their take. That's the beauty of being online. We can have everyone come in, hopefully to join us. The only problem sometimes, or we can have recordings, because we're at 6:30, so, Europe and, other places a little bit late, but, the West Coast, we definitely have a good timing for them. Okay, so we're getting everybody up and running. So we're seeing that we're proceeding here. And everybody turning on their cameras. So let me, we're ready to start. It's like a little bit slower this last class, everybody coming in and I think grabbing something to eat, whether we don't do it. So let me start recording. to the cloud. And then I will live stream live on YouTube. I'll choose my account. I have so many accounts. I'll go to my brand account. It is training. I'll go live, preparing to live stream the meeting, which seems to be taking longer. I don't know if my bandwidth, Zoom or YouTube, will be hard to say. And then I have my copy that URL to my part. So this is good. And we got people that are getting on their cameras. And Catherine and Juan, and Caitlin and Max, and Samuel. Okay. So, how are we doing? We're on a Wednesday. We'll see how we'll do. Greta, you have any comments, questions?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So we'll see what we'll be doing here. So, Greta, can you be so kind and monitor our chat?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so as I mentioned before, I have 2 teaching assistants that Daniel and Sebastian, they're listed on your course syllabus that are my teaching assistants. And the way they became teaching assistants is that I have teaching assistants in training. And Greta has volunteered to be one of those folks that are kind of reviewing the assignments. And last time, Frank has volunteered that he wants to be a teaching assistant in training. And he came up with some, I thought, interesting ideas. So at first I'll have Frank introduce himself. Greta, I think you all know. Greta, you've introduced yourself to the class, right? You want to do another? So. Okay, just do a short introduction.
I can, but
yeah. So yeah. Go just a short introduction, Greta.
Okay, hi guys. I'm Greta. I am a sophomore right now. I'm majoring in global business and marketing, and I have a minor in Spanish. And I don't really know where my career path is going, but I'm excited to be a TA assistant, see if I can help you all with anything. I think it's a very interesting class, and I think that learning about AI and how technology works is very beneficial in the business world, and I think I'm excited to learn more about it.
Okay, great. And Frank, you want to just introduce yourself and then also talk about your, I thought was a fantastic idea, and then maybe you can get others that are interested to join you in your venture.
Sure, yeah. I'm Frank Call. I'm from Washington, D.C. I'm in the business school. My major is entrepreneurship. And I volunteered to be a TA assistant in training and have a weekly AI catch-up for everyone. And I think that'd be pretty cool. If anyone wants to add to it, they can.
You want to share your screen, Frank, of what your idea is, and then you can talk about it. That we were thinking to do it like on Mondays, doing a weekly roundup of what's happening. You want to just share with you what you kind of thought?
Sure. Weekly tech roundup. We got 3 categories. It would be a little tech flash, AI and future trends, and who got funded in the community. We talked a little bit last time about DeepSeek and how NVIDIA's stock dropped. I think it finished at like 10% today.
10% up?
Yeah, Yeah, I think it's 8 or 9.
Okay, good. So it got back half, more than half of what it lost.
And if any of you guys have ChatGPT Premium, check out OpenAI Sora. Like today, I asked it to like make a video of my German Shepherd eating a cheeseburger, and it was like pretty cool. And then I think every week, kind of raising some awareness for who's getting the money in the industry would be cool. And I picked Humane AI, which is a wearable AI assistant, kind of taking screens out of the mix. But yeah, if anyone wants to add to this, you can share it to the whole class, and we can figure something out.
Yeah, and you know what? Maybe you can even make another folder in the audit area, call it Tech Roundup or something like that, and then add a number of your slides there. And I think it would be interesting is once you figure out, hey, this is an interesting software like SAR and so forth, is which ones we should use as part of our class projects, you know, our assignments to incorporate. Like once we do our projects, we can say, hey, we can do SARA and things like that, or we can do like a little tutorial to see if people want to try it out. So I think that would be great. Another one, I think, go to that other slide that you have. This one on Tech Flash, AI Future Trends, who got funded, and maybe even have another one of people are like educational apps or part of those, you know, that can help us in terms of studying, in terms of working with groups or something like that. I think, what do you think about that, Frank?
I like that, and maybe we could, you know, have like a class poll, like,
yeah,
would you invest in this? You know, you guys like this?
Okay.
Like that.
Hey, that's so neat. Okay, great. I love it. And you know what? Our next assignment, Frank, it's like we rehearsed it. our next assignment is a Zoom group assignment where we'll go over how to do, what you have to show in your group Zoom assignment is how to create polls, how to do remote control, how to spotlight speakers. So all those areas in which we're going to do, we can then reuse for that. So maybe what people can do is even, Frank, you're looking at your, in the chat, if anybody's interested in working with you and Greta on it, they can put even their interest in it as well. So, and we can see as we're going along what it can work out. Okay, thanks, Frank. We appreciate it. And that's really what I want the essence, you can stop sharing, what I want the essence of our class to be, is that we really think about it as working together and sharing. Okay? So, hopefully I have Sam and Catherine also opening up their cameras with us. Okay, let me just talk about a few things here. I got many emails this yesterday, especially. I was very popular among you about the assignments. So let me talk a little bit about it. We're going to have assignments every week. This will have traditionally, you know, the chapters from the book, and also the quizzes from Wiley, and also the other quizzes. But we're going to have hands-on assignments each time, and this one was really to get to know all of Zoom and its features and its collaborative features. And I'll go through that. Some of you, I think the questions I got many times were about streaming live to YouTube, where YouTube requires that they check your account, and they require how much? 24 or 48 hours? What are they requiring? Julia, what did they end up requiring?
It was 24 hours.
24 hours. And some people were doing it Tuesday night, so they say, hey, this is going to be too late. So one of the things that you need to do, we're going to be, and some people had contacted me saying, well, hey, I wasn't quite sure. Do I really need to do this? What's going on here? This class is different, that we're getting our what I call our hand, moving our sleeves up and getting our hands dirty. And I mentioned this before. If that's not what you like, then this is not the class for you. Because what I expect is that everybody put in the efforts and do it in a timely manner. Of course, we're having issues with some people, you know, getting sick and so forth that you can't help. But one of the advantages of this class is we, at least for the most part, we're not contagious. So if you have some issues in terms of for one day that you don't want to show your face, you ask in advance and you can get the permission, you know, having the documentation say, hey, this is not the day, I'm just feeling under the weather. But other than that, everyone's expected to have their cameras up and running to be participating in the groups. You have also been assigned groups, and let me just do that, and let me just share my screen. Let's just do this, let me do my, that first of all, you know that we're always doing the Zoom. You can see here that it is a bit delayed. You know that in the Zoom meetings, besides getting into the Zoom meetings, you know, in the cloud recordings, you have a listing of all your cloud recordings here. You also know that in the what's due section, you see what's due. So for today, you see that when it says audit assignments now, the description is under audit assignment instructions. You input it where, in this case, Julia, where do you upload your assignment to? Which Blackboard site for audit?
It's like the audit.
The audit section. Everybody has two sections. You have the regular section where you take all your quizzes, the regular section that you see what's due, but in order to upload your audit assignments, you do that in the other section, right? And then you had the readings of hardware, you had the adaptive assignments of hardware, you had the quizzes that you needed to take and additional readings. This was due before today's class. And you'll see then you have the audit assignments. You have that audit assignment right there where it was telling you what you needed to do. You have another assignment that is due next Wednesday. So this assignment was due today, the single assignment, and you have another assignment due next Wednesday. And this assignment, I call it Advanced Digital Communication Skills in a Group. You need to do this as a group because those skills need, a group needs more than one person to do that. Those instructions are in that group. You'll see then the readings that we're going to do next week in software, the adaptive assignment in software, and the quizzes. And as I went through before, here you see the audit assignment instructions. Right here on that assignment 2, you see that this is the instructions where this assignment will then set up. You need to have someone in your group initiate the group session that you will record to the cloud. What I suggest you do is go through these instructions before you meet as a group, so you, as meeting as a group, will know what to record. You want to record all of your sessions here as tutorials. That means you want to show your faces, but you also want to share your screens because you want to have people be able to follow what you do. So you'll start your group meeting. You'll then have everybody be prepared, and it'll be in form of a tutorial. You'll have that person that is signing that group meeting. Besides recording on the cloud, you will also be live streaming to YouTube under that person's account. Only the person who created the meeting will do the live screen and share the live stream. And then you will talk about the different versions. You'll also do the AI companion, make sure that that is checked off in your settings. You'll make sure that your cloud has no password. And then you'll be looking at features like promoting a co-host, demonstrate with each other how do you assign co-hosts, what's the reason for co-hosts, what permissions do co-hosts have that normal participants don't, what are set up breakout rooms, explain their use in meetings, who can set up the breakout rooms, how can you set it up automatically, do it randomly, have the group members join on their own, what can the host do, can hosts be in breakout rooms. Also, what's interesting, I'd add, everyone, is in the breakout rooms prior, when you were recording, it wasn't recording what's happening in the breakout rooms. Because you remember how I went, Greta, you remember how I went from one group to another? When I go into a person's breakout room, Zoom was not able to record that breakout room. So that's a disadvantage, right? So think about how you would get around that, because a lot of interesting material is done in a breakout room. So how can you do it? Spotlight members of a team when they're presenting. What's the use of spotlighting? And this one, Frank, is just like we said, create a poll and show how results are shared in real time. Who can create a poll? What can be done? So once you know that, then you can add even the poll and the spotlights when you're presenting. When you're presenting your weekly roundup, Frank, it'd be interesting now. Everybody could do that. And what you could say is, basically, you could then even ask somebody to help you with the polls. You don't have to have it all the week to say, who wants to help me this week with the polling, based on my material. Chat functions, live transcription, remote control. So the idea, Finley, what do you think remote control is?
Online.
It basically is, let's say somebody in your group's having a problem with their computer, Finley. With remote control, you can go and help them on their computer. So you can be almost like tech support. Did you know you could do tech support with Zoom? Now you'll know how to do that. So show how that's done. Access and share the cloud recording and submit. So what you'll need to do is, this is only for the group member who created the meeting. You want to go to the audit section, create another folder called Zoom Group Assignment, and follow the group 0 screenshot below, where you will then put in your Zoom cloud recording, because you want everybody to see it, your YouTube live stream. Also put in not who's in your group, but who was in your recording. We want everybody to be in the recording. Everyone has to take an active step. So if you're a group member, you just sat there and you didn't know what was going on, that is not acceptable. You will be graded as a group, but you will be graded also individually. If you said nothing and you contributed nothing, you should get nothing in return. So here you'll do this, what you showcase. Besides what you showcased here, I would take away, I would put a little summary of both here. And also I would add to it, I would add one more to it, and I would add the AI companion summary. So I would make sure then that the AI companion summary was in there. Okay? Questions? Any questions that I have in the chat? Greta?
No.
Okay, all right. So that is it. So if I go to the audit, everyone should have the audit. If you don't have the audit, put in the group chat that you don't have the audit. That's important. And then if you see here, assignment groups, this is the example. So this was the Zoom individual assignment. And you can see here that sample that was there. But also, each group, you can make it now, each group should make a folder called Zoom Group Assignment. And under Zoom Group Assignment, this is the second assignment due for next Wednesday, is you'll see here, basically you can follow this as I mentioned before. And you can put in yours, make sure just like you did before with your members of who were the members of the group. And then you can add on to what was showcased and also add to it as well the AIQ summary of what it said about the group. I think that'd be useful to set up. If I look here, I can and look at these. If I look at group 1, for instance, under what's the problem here? I want everything under the Zoom individual assignment. You see that, Catherine? Catherine, are you here? Is Catherine Bremer here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you see it's supposed to be within the Zoom individual assignment. Within this, so move it to this subdirectory, the Zoom individual assignment, and then you can see each person. So you see here, Luana is here, her MP4. Luana, are you here?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see here, you have your local recording, and what happened to YouTube?
Oh, I have to edit that and put that in because I did the YouTube after I uploaded that.
Okay, so do it even now, Luana, right?
Okay.
Do it now so it's complete, that you have this. And if I look at your crowd recording, right, what's the problem?
The passcode.
Right.
I thought I had turned that off in settings, and then it said that, so I just put the passcode in my post.
Yeah, okay, so you need to fix it.
Okay.
Okay, so you need, in this case, you need then to fix it, right? That this should all be done, right, where you don't have the cloud recording. And you may want to put that in and then do a new recording. Okay, so if I looked at it, right, under K, that wouldn't be full credit. That if I looked, I want to go to my K audit, right, under assignment groups, right? And what about you, Jack?
I'm still like tuning and uploading everything. It's like,
yeah, well, it's supposed to be before, right? So anyway,
yeah.
And then here, Ava, the same thing. And then we have a Zoom assignment with Grace, everything under just one. So we have Grace here, we have Ava here, right? We have Ava, but put this in, have it all together to organize it. It just says, just like the sample, we have one folder, Zoom individual assignment. You see it, and we have Camellia here. So we have here Camellia, we have here the Zoom, we have YouTube live streaming. We looked at it last time, right? Did you make any changes, Camellia? So in this case, open a new tab. Let's see here. And opening a new tab, we can see, we say, hi, my name, okay. We'll be discussing, that's good that she's been discussing here. And we talked about it, that what does she need to do? Catherine, what should she do? What's missing here as a tutorial?
exactly sure.
Can you follow what she's doing step by step? Camellia, what would you like her to see instead of just seeing Camelia's face? The screens, sharing her screens, right? You want to be able that she can share her screen. So she needs to redo it so she can share her screen. So these are the assignments. And then if I look here, this is of group 3. And then I have Francis here. So if I look at then open in new tab, let me open this in a new tab. Let's see. So what am I seeing here? So I'm having some issues. So one of the things you want to make sure when you go to your group, you want to make sure that in your cloud recording, that when someone else clicks on it, that it works. So if I look at Lily here, open a new tab. Let's see. I have Lily, right? I see her face. So Lily, did you share your screen? Lily, are you there? You see how she has just her face there and not the screens. And then if I do, in this case, I have the local recording. Caitlin, did you do a cloud recording?
Yeah, I linked it above.
Where is it?
It's above the local recording.
But this looks like MP4 though, it says. This doesn't look like the cloud recording.
That one should be the cloud recording.
It doesn't seem like it is. Let's look.
Okay, so basically I just started things that way.
Okay, did you share your screen? Okay, and this is good that you're starting to share your screen.
Showing you how I setting.
Okay, perfect. So if I just stop right here, everybody see this? This is excellent in this case, Caitlin, where you share your screens, you show how you're going to change your settings. You see the difference, Catherine? Where somebody's just talking, and here you can actually follow what she's doing. It's nice. We see Caitlin's face here in the middle that gives her some authenticity, but you're sharing your screen and actually showing how are you changing all the settings as you go through, so you can then do it as a tutorial. So what I would even do, Caitlin, is even maybe reduce the amount of time you're just speaking, right, to more screen sharing to it. Do you understand? But it really starts to look good, right? That you're then sharing your screen, that I can see that you share your screen here, right? That you're doing a lot of the screen sharing here. Very good. So in this case, if I go back, right, that the Caitlin, so this needs to be rearranged. And you guys can do it on your own. And if I go to group 4, I have then group assignment, the same thing then. Greta, I would put them all in one. You have them all in one Zoom assignment. You see how they're different? You're having it in the front, Greta. Other ones are having it inside. I would just try to just do the Zoom individual assignment and have them all together so we wouldn't have so many. And then you could see then I have Riley, right, with the group. So you got it done. Just I would just just put it in. So if I look at it, Riley. So see here, I have a lot of you, Riley, here. Do I have screens, Riley? I have all I have all Riley. So I'd rather have, just like we did before, Caitlin. You see that, Caitlin, where somebody could follow your tutorial. I could even with it being off, I could follow it. So this needs to be improved here. The takeaways we have here in the YouTube, and then in the assignments here, we could, this needs to be worked out. And then group 5, right, that we have it here though, I would do the same thing here. We have, you see here, Quinn, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
So you see here what is the difference here? This is a file, not a folder. Here's a folder. I would put all of yours in an individual folder of Zoom, Zoom individual assignments, and put everybody together and see how it's not consistent. You have it as a folder, so this way. And here is, we have the Zoom group assignment, which is good. So in this case, then this is good that you know that you'll start off here. I wouldn't, even though right here, team members present, hopefully everybody will be already present. But if, Cindy, Quinn, Ryan, and Nick, hopefully all of you will be present. If one of you are not in the presentation, you want to take them out. But then we got it set already. We got it set. Very good in that sense that we have it here. And then in the assignment, what else am I? I'm just going through a couple of these. And in group 6, good. Zoom individual assignment, group 6, excellent. Vanessa has a test. What is this, Vanessa? You're just playing around with it? Is Vanessa here? Vanessa, you here? But here in Jordan here is great. And then Lassa, and then if I look at, you got the YouTube slides, perfect. Open in a new tab. Let's see what it looks like. So let's see here. I have your face here. Here, at least here, in a minute, then at least I think it looks like it's doing some screens, right?
Live stream and then live on YouTube.
Okay. Very nice. Perfect.
Link.
You see that?
You can make the live stream public or unlisted.
Very nice. Excellent. I would maybe chop down a little bit in the front, but this is great. And you see the zoom to YouTube?
And
perfect.
Wait a couple minutes for them to sync.
Perfect. Very nice. And we got authenticity here where we have her. She's showing what's available.
And now we are live on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay.
So the advantages of live streaming TV.
Yeah.
Since Zoom meetings have these limitations.
That's great. But I would do more screenshots. You see that?
Eliminates the need for physical venues. Travel
yeah, right. Perfect. But I would do more that it would be a tutorial. Excellent. In that case, if at least I have some screens. And then Michelle. And then she has the YouTube as well. And then if I open up in a new tab. And then I have Michelle. With speaker view. But I still want to see, just in the speaker, I want to see, as we talked about before, that she's doing it with screen share. Okay, so this is the idea. I am going to extend the due date from tonight before the class till Monday. Everybody hear me? I'm extending the due date to Monday. And Quinn, what I want is that everyone, then number one, make it that you have one folder called that first assignment, individual, have everyone's material inside that one folder, and then go back and do a re-recording where it's more as a tutorial of screen sharing and less as just talking as we go along. And you saw some of the ones that you already did was really nice. Show how you're setting up the settings. Show how you're doing the live streaming to YouTube. Continue doing all that for all your points. And some of you that were not able to get the YouTube live will be able to get the YouTube live by Monday before class. And then I will do the grading. Is that clear, Caitlin? So in that case, and those of you that even done some screencasting, look back at it, and if you've done those screencasting and you want to make it more compact, you can say second upload. You know, leave what you have and do revised version, and you can put the date on that. Questions, Julia? Do you understand? So some of you need, I would say, start from scratch. Others of you may want to just do an additional one. So that will be due on Monday before class, and then it will be graded. So I'm not going to grade now. I'll be adding that for Monday. Questions on the, Greta, on the chat? Anything I need to address?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Is there anything we'll do on the chat? So those are the things that we need to do. And then you know that the group, that people have already set up the group, what I suggest you do is already meet early on the group and have it done even first round by Monday. So if there needs to be additions, what we call continuous improvements, you've already gotten it over the way. And if there's things that you can't do, and then Frank, everybody will be able to know the polls already, that you can already know how to do the polls, and other people can join you on those polls, Frank, to answer some of those questions that can be. And then you can even use some of the things that we already did in that assignment, the second assignment, and further to do it. Questions? And then what I can do, remind me then, is in order to do a poll, the question is, as a participant, can you do a poll, Frank? Or do you have to be a co-host? Who can create the poll? Who can take the poll? So you may have to remind me in the beginning of the class that I need to make you co-host in order to do a poll. And then in passcodes, you know that you don't want to have passcodes. If you have issues, then redo it. Set up your settings properly, and then even record that you don't have passcode. And then when you record, there should not be set as a passcode, because you don't want them. These are things that we are doing broadly for the entire population. This is not proprietary information. We're not giving any trade secrets out. You know, you're not giving your financials of the company before it's due or something like that. And you want to make sure that if that's the case, Frank, that you have passwords. But if it's just for you even want it beyond this class, right? That other people can see it, right? To share that they can get to know you. Questions? Okay? The other part where I wanted to show you is, so everybody sees that. I went through it. I didn't go through everyone's. If you want me to look at it, many of you can distinguish it on your own of what's the case, right? That you can distinguish on your own what's happening. Okay? So, we talked about then, and in announcements, the audit assignment has extended then. The audit has been extended until Monday. So that audit one has been extended until Monday before the class. So that's part of the announcements. And we had the what's due, we had the quizzes, and then you have also, then if I looked at any of the Wiley Adaptive, for instance, and I go to the hardware, notice on the adaptive assignment, I have what version? I have the version of the instructors, so I see that 21 people have completed it and 2 have done it. This is due, if I look at one due date, this is due today by 11:59 p.m. So if you haven't done this as of yet, and I see quite a few have not, get it done by 11:59 p.m. or else you won't get credit for that. Okay, and then I can go to students and I can see which students have appropriately done that are listed in blue. Okay, so I have that, making sure that that is the issue. And then in PowerPoints and documents, we know that we had the hardware. We have a test that will include this hardware. So we have PowerPoints and documents that you can see here, that you have PowerPoints and documents of hardware. Next week it'll be software. We had introduction to information systems. You can see at this point, for instance, at the very top, we have of hardware that you have the technology here. What I said before is you can do the readings. You have open then, Greta, you have open the internet, you have open all the others, and basically what is important here is, if I look at what is important here, is that major hardware components of computer hardware system is going to be important. And as you said, Frank, is what? What does NVIDIA do? What is NVIDIA's role? If I type in NVIDIA,
they make really good GPUs, which are kind of like computer chips.
Right, that's the hardware, right? That's going to be, if their product, right, are graphics cards, right? A lot for gaming and creating. Now they're into even hardware. They're now doing actual professional laptops. They're now doing desktops. They're now doing what? AI workstations. And notice they have what they call their cloud and data center. These data centers and clouds are going to be used on their basic for AI. And notice they have a number of platforms. They have networking. And then they have GPUs. And what are GPUs? What are GPUs? In this case, what we have in our PowerPoints, if I look at it, is what? If I stop sharing and I go to my if I share my screen and I go to my PowerPoints, when I look at any of my PowerPoints, they're talking about my strategic hardware issues, and that's the case. If I think about that DeepSeek, Frank, what was the strategic hardware issue about DeepSeek? Companies were saying, should I use DeepSeek for so much less of the price to produce chatbots, personalized chatbots? When I think about it, and then they have something called the central processing unit, I have to figure out what that central processing unit is. So you need to know what a central processing unit is. A lot of times it's called CPU. We need to know what a GPU is and an NPU. And Catherine, whenever I throw these terms out, and I ask you, what's a GPU? What should you be doing? You can be looking it up, right, Catherine? So what I want the whole class to do is look up what is a central processing unit, which manipulates the data and controls the tasks performed by other components. So what does the GPU add to it? And you can think what then, Quinn? What does a GPU add?
It says is an electronic circuit that processes graphics and images.
Mm-hmm. Does Gen AI do a lot of graphics? Does it produce images? Does it generate for you video? Quinn?
Yeah, it can, right?
It can. So in terms of that, what you need is fast graphics cards and chips to be able to do that. And then we have something called NPUs that are neural processing units that also for AI. And then we have something that in the book it calls primary storage and secondary storage. And what you need to know for the test, Catherine, is what's the difference between primary storage and secondary storage, and what business applications does it have? So we'll be talking about that idea of those price reductions on some, and then we'll be talking about the advances of what's happening, and should we be using our own computers or those computers that are working in the cloud. So what makes the computer manipulate is what we call the central processing unit. And that central processing unit, that microprocessor, has with it something called an arithmetic logic unit. So what I want you to do now is look up that term, arithmetic logic unit. Its acronym is ALU. It's going to be doing arithmetic, right? Adding and subtraction, but also logic. What does it mean, logic? Greta, logic means true or false. So it will evaluate operands like 5 less than 6. What do you think that is, true or false? Greta?
True.
True. So this is basically how it's going to sort, right? One is less than the other. This is how it's going to sort, of how the CPU works, the advances, computer memory, and the inputs into the CPU are from random access memory. This is the key. It's called RAM. Sometimes it's called memory. It is basically coming into the CPU, and the RAM is what I call volatile. It means that if I shut down the computer, whatever was in RAM will disappear. And if I look at this diagram right here, let me just move this. If I look at this diagram here, I can see in this diagram, I can see the microprocessor, which is the control unit, the arithmetic logic, the registries, and I have something called primary memory. Main memory, primary storage, and I have secondary storage. So if I were thinking about this, Greta, I'm using PowerPoint right now. You got it? And PowerPoint resides on my hard drive in secondary storage. Whenever, and you put this in your notes, whenever you are actually using an application, it flows, that application, a copy of it, flows from your secondary storage into your primary storage, your main memory. So a copy of this right now is in my main memory called RAM. My secondary storage has my hard drive, doesn't run the programs. A copy of it is put into the main memory. So this is my primary storage. It gets processed, inputs from my software, and then I have it stored. So for next week, what I want from each of the students is to find out on your computer how much primary storage you have, how much RAM you have. And if you don't know how to find it, what do, Greta? You look it up. If you have a Mac, how do I find out how much RAM I have? Secondary storage is how much do you have? And we'll go over it, Caitlin, next time on Monday. Questions? So, I'm going to take attendance now. Stay with me if you have issues, any personal issues. Otherwise, Frank and Greta will look forward to seeing the tech daily, right, for next week. Everyone will then improve their assignment, put it together in one folder, and those that had issues will continue, and then that assignment will be graded after the class on Monday. Any questions? So let me share the attendance with you. Let me minimize this. I'll go to the attendance. We'll do check-in, start check-in. Let's see what comes out. 6422. Can you be so kind, Greta, and put that in the chat in case people miss it, that the check-in number is 6422. And stay with me, especially Greta and Frank, just to kind of end this. And then once you put in the attendance, you can, you're welcome to leave, and I'll deal with people that have, any issues. I'll stop the recording and we can have any issues that we have. So I'm going to stop sharing now. We have that in the chat. What is the number? And stay with me if you have questions. Okay? And otherwise, you're welcome to, we've stopped formally. Okay. So how can Catherine, can I help you?
Yeah, I couldn't get my YouTube recording to work. It says that I need to download Chrome, but I already have Chrome, so
okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so document it.
Okay.
And then try tomorrow and see what the issue is, okay? And you may even want to try it on another computer.
Okay.
Okay, and
Does
then
the library have computers?
Yes.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And see what the issue is there. Okay?
Yeah.
But document it. Make sure that you document that, even if so, document the whole process, and even make a recording of it. That this is what I had. This is how I put it in, and then for the second assignment, just have someone else in your group that's gotten that YouTube to work. But try it out, and you may want to even sit with your group, someone in your group that's gotten it, to reach out to them to see what they did differently than what you're doing.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So in this case, Nicholas Bennett, what's up? Let me stop recording.
My YouTube still says I need 50 subscribers.
No, try it again. Sometimes it says that. Try waiting.
I did the whole assignment.
Okay. Okay, so see if it'll change. Sometimes it says that, and sometimes it'll go back. Okay, right. Nicholas, but make sure that it's all documented.
What do you mean by that?
If it came back with the ideas, do a recording. I was on YouTube doing a YouTube channel that I'm trying to stream from Zoom, and these are the error messages that I'm getting. Share your screen and show all the error messages, and say this is day one, and then go back again and try to apply and see, and then search, and then show that you've searched on that issue. Copy that error message, Nicholas. Copy that error message and see if other people are having the problem and how you can get a solution. I'm getting that I need 50 subscribers, but my friends are able to do it without any subscribers. What can I do to solve that problem? And see out in the world if anybody can find that solution for you, other than even with this class.
Okay.
And document it all. As you proceed, you have some extra days here that you can see, in day one I got this, and day two, and as you're documenting it. Okay, Nicholas? And do you have other people in the group that have a YouTube, that have it working? YouTube live stream?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, think so. You have to check. You know what I mean? Check to see it, and then have the student that has it to be able to do the new group assignment, because somebody has to stream. Somebody has to initiate those. Start working on it now. Okay. All right. So what's up? Juan, Manuel, what's your issue?
I have a question about the first audit assignment. Is it only step 7 where we have to share a screen through step 1, 2, and 3, and then step 6?
I would try to share every time you can.
Okay, because I did the first 2 videos, and then I posted the YouTube too, but it was just a little confusing, so I knew how to redo that.
Okay, just redo it, that everything's here. That you know what, it's how you can do it, Juan? Can somebody take that and easily follow and do the same thing you did?
Okay.
And the way to do that, Juan, is the more screens you share, I can follow, anyone can follow it.
Okay.
And then have your face just in the corner.
Okay. All right.
And then it's useful, for everyone in your group, that they can take it. And then when you have your YouTube streaming live, somebody from anywhere in the world can see it, and say, hey, how do I get get out of security, putting it on my recording? How do I even stream live to YouTube from Zoom? Okay. All of that, show your settings.
Okay.
Okay, very good, Juan. But you have a YouTube channel, right?
Yes.
So that's great. You got that off your plate.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good. Okay. And Calais, how do you pronounce your first name?
Calais.
Calais? With a T?
I was just, with the T. I was just gonna ask, I was here last class when we were talking about DeepSeek and like how like the market crashed.
Right.
I didn't attendance.
But what?
Like I forgot to put in the attendance.
Okay. So you forgot the attendance?
Yeah, the quickly attendance to do it.
Okay. But did you do it this time?
Yeah.
So why did you forget?
I was in a rush.
Okay, so for Dr. Rush, you don't want to be in a rush, right?
Yeah.
So what is your last name?
Menendez.
Okay, so let me just find you, and we'll do it this time. But now you know that at the end. Yeah. Okay, I'm changing it for that one. Okay, but we're not. Next time it's your responsibility. You know that if you didn't stay, you can't be in a rush for Dr. Rush.
It was a one-time mistake.
Yeah. No. Okay. Well, I'm just letting you know. Okay.
Thank you.
I made the change. Okay. So Luke, what's up?
I missed the class where you assign groups, so I just went in and added myself to one of the groups that has.
What did you add to which group? How many people did they have?
Only 3. There were only
okay. So good. So you need to number one, you need to get on the ball here, and you're lucky that this first assignment was extended. The next ones won't be.
Yeah.
So everything. So hopefully you can catch up, but there's going to be a lot more. This is like the simple stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you don't get this, I suggest if this isn't a convenient time and this is not a convenient time for you to do it, maybe take this course another semester.
No, I understand. The first couple weeks I was just evaluating.
I know, but you understand. Yeah. It's not an evaluation. No, the evaluation is over, my dear.
Yeah, no.
You're either with us or without us, and there's no problem being without us. You know what I mean? We won't take it personally in any ways, but we're going to be doing a lot more. So the idea I wasn't here for this, I wasn't here for a group, I wasn't here this, ain't going to work anymore, my dear.
No, I'm ready. I'm prepared.
Okay, so maybe even you think of you. So have you ever done any work with AI, Luke?
I mean, I've used it before, and I follow the news. I know the recent stuff that has happened.
Okay, so you may want to reach out. Okay, so you may want to reach out. What's your major?
Marketing.
Okay, so marketing is the biggest. I think, in my personal opinion, marketing is going to be the first one to pick up on all that. You know what I mean? All of it is marketing is all illusion, in my opinion, right? Yeah. Where does the creation happen? One of the critiques of AI, it hallucinates. What do we want in marketing? Hallucinating, right? That all of a sudden I'm in this product and I'm smart, or I'm in this product and I'm popular, or I'm in this part. It's all illusion in marketing. So if that's the case and you're involved in it, the way in which you can, and it may be more interesting, is get on board with these folks. And you have Frank's number, you have Greta, and say, hey, this is something I'd like to specialize and focus in on marketing, what's happening there. That's, that was Frank when he was even talking about any of that. It's all, and all those marketing agencies, that's all they're doing now. They have to post all the time. Anybody want to start posting all the time content? It's almost like, I think half those agencies, their numbers will go down if they can't contribute.
I remember seeing Coke did like a fully AI ad.
Yeah.
I remember seeing that. And when I saw that, I was like, wow, maybe I should change my major.
Right, but so I'm just telling you that Coke did, and people were complaining, and they don't even realize Coke just advertised that they used AI, but everybody's using AI. They don't even know they are, and it's been used.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? So it's going to be so good that you don't know, but there's some things that you need human intervention. We were doing projects last semester, and people used, it to produce their websites, and the problem was that it became so generic that nobody ever looked at it and said it wasn't good enough. It's good sometimes in the blah 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 aspect, but it doesn't get. You have to know how to prompt it well to get it more in detail. So Luke, it's been a slow start for you, and hopefully we can see you contribute, and then you can reach out to Greta and Frank there to say, hey, I want to be part of your team. That's in terms of at least contributing. Let's see that. Okay, so you put yourself. So you need to get in. You need to get in touch. Make sure your group knows that you're there, because you have a. They're going to be setting that up. What group number are you?
Number 9.
Okay.
I have one friend in it.
Okay, so let's get on it. So you be the leader. You know what I mean? Yeah. Don't drag on that you're going to be the slacker, that they have to slack you. You know what I mean? Yeah. And also we're going to be each group. For instance, I told Frank and Greta, everything has a role. You're not going to be supervising anybody else, but people are going to be grading each other in the group. And if if somebody doesn't do their share, they're going to get a lower grade than somebody that does. I have that already from other semester. Well, the group, everybody in my group got A. Why am I getting a C? Because you didn't do anything. That's why you're getting a C. And that's even generous, even though you did well on the exam. So that's it. Okay. Hopefully you'll catch on, and we'll be pleasantly surprised that you turn out to be the leader here. Okay.
I will put my full effort into it.
Yeah. Okay. Great. And that's what it is, and that becomes even more interesting.
Yeah, I understand.
You know what I mean? Yeah. You can do marketing things, and then you can be kind of on that, because that's what everybody wants. Because that's what I always say. Marketing's the first one. Doing all those commercials and all that. The actors are having problems with it, right? Saying,
I remember when the writers' strike was happening.
Yeah, I know some of those writers. Yeah, I know some of those comedian writers. I am good friends with them, and they were freaking out. I said, got to go with the flow, And notice they were tough on that. They can fight so long, but if I can say, hey, I want to do a comedy show, romantic comedy, and there's a lot of stuff that my friends that are one of my was the head writer of the Daily Show, and we always have these arguments, and he says, nobody can get as good as me. And I said, but there's a lot of stuff that's mediocre out there, and AI can be in that mediocre area, So, let's not rest on your laurels. And this is what it is now. Later on, it'll be better than, 90% of the people. So you have to know how to.
Music too.
What? Yeah. I have musician friends too that are also. I did I did a conference on music technology, and I had guys from the music school that are into AI, and they said they produce, Grammy winners, and they were saying that in that music, they're using AI, even with the best writers. I'm just stuck on this last part.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what to do. Let's ask AI, and AI kind of fills that in, right? Yeah. And then my other music friend says, oh, I'm so disappointed. Every idiot will be able now to write a song. And I said, yes. And I said, and it will even make my voice sound really good. You know what I mean? So it is what they're saying. But she was so upset. She says, I can't believe it. Every idiot can write a song. And I said, yeah. But it's how they do it. So it is changing. Okay. Yeah. Good to see you.
Take care. Much.
Your pleasure. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. So what do we got here? So this is my challenge. You know what I mean? So, but in that way, you need to find motivation. So some of these, like him, he didn't come to any class, and all of a sudden he realized, hey, I got to do something, So it's the idea, but he could be really excited in marketing, could be really a good person, to get it. So everybody has their own interests. If you can hone in on their own interests, then they can make it come alive. Any questions, comments before I let you guys go?
I don't think so. Frank, we can make a group chat, and I think we should just maybe what we should do is for our debrief or whatever, we could make a slideshow, and maybe every day we do 1 or 2 slides and just keep adding on to it. You can have it as a little portfolio.
Yeah, portfolio, and then focus on something, and then even have the students, you can even send out, because in the audit area, you have full control. You can send out emails to everybody, right? You have everybody's text. You can even say to them, hey, try out this program, or something like that to get them involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or something.
We can just keep our eye out on
eye on things that you think the students
look at articles or something that would be
right. And also, I think even besides article is software what kind of interesting, kind of like software that they can at least try out for free, and say, hey, tried this out, give us feedback or something. You guys come up with it.
Yeah.
It's your baby.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just participating. Okay? Great. Okay, so take care. Let me know if there's anything that you need. You're all in the teaching assistant WhatsApp. Are you, Frank?
Yeah, Frank was added too. I actually wasn't able to add it because I think since I'm not like the creator.
Yeah, okay, so have them do it, and then you can even ask them what they think, or how they want to proceed with it, of Sebastian and Daniel.
Yeah.
Okay?
Perfect.
Great, perfect. Talk to you later. Ciao. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.